Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good day. Welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I'm your host, Jacob. We are doing art today, and I'm still pulling up the chat. There it is. How's everybody doing? Hello. Welcome to the stream. Has everyone collected all of their, hundreds of jewels already? Howdy, howdy. The La Pasa, Dragon Spear, Wong, Arch, Asaf. I'm just going to try to pronounce things. I definitely probably shouldn't, but I'm going to try. Swifty, hello, Diamond Knight. Oh, 60 jewels, already that close. That is impressive, actually. Did I trim the plant? No, it's just kind of like growing, I don't know, back in behind the shelf or something. It shifts around. It's a living thing. I'll bring more out. There we go. Perfect, right? We love this. How's it going, everyone? Having a good time? Yeah, this little like notch can't really. Well, I could probably tuck it somewhere if I wanted, but I like it. It's cute. Can't even get the storm cells. Yeah, no, that's a challenge. There's a few different methods. I've been kind of keeping an eye on Discord and seeing how they've kind of sussed out how to, strategize around it. But at least there is a reliable source from the Paragon, so as long as you keep hunting, you will eventually get enough to get back into the palace, or for the first time at least. 108 more jewels. Still not bad, though. Like, it is a large number of jewels required to do all the upgrades. So, well done to everyone on that journey. Hoping that the palace provides, but is not kind of like overly abundant, but an interesting kind of like level of kind of reward. I know that I've been watching the loot channel as well, and I managed. I saw someone manage to get, was it 7 Imperium troves out of one run? That's very impressive. Very, very impressive indeed. So yeah, if you're of the kind who believes they have the luck on their side, certainly full loot cache is an option. It's a little risky, a little expensive for your cyclone stones, but you could net a good number of jewels, or end up with a whole lot of low altitude troves. That it's entirely possible. But yeah, there's also, of course, going after the Empyrean seals is just kind of like a steady way to just kind of keep those troves coming. Doing one run with pretty good catch rate, you can nearly purchase a whole trove for that. So pretty decent. Hello, Eileen. 77 to go. Not bad. Not bad at all. Generic potato. Draco. Math Awakening. Hello, everyone. Hello, hello. Okay, so of course we're doing art today. I figured, I'm interested in kind of like hanging out and chatting about the new area if people want to do that. I know that obviously it just released, so it's pretty exciting stuff, and Dave did last week, so he's not here to chat about it. But I'll work on opening the file I need. Yeah, what do you think? Have you been having fun? Here, that file is. What do you think of the design of it? Like, does it seem like an interesting challenge and a good reward? Also, if the stream's a little bit kind of wonky, or bandwidth is a little throttled, but it should be fine because the download is the only thing that should be affected. I don't think the upload should be. And I don't believe I can do anything about that today, so. Ooh, that is the closest I've seen. 2,947 seals from one run. That is very good. Very close to the total amount. Yeah, so since the community has definitely kind of like done a bunch of exploration around it, I don't mind revealing it for people who might not be following those chats. You can obtain a storm cell from Richard the Rich, Richard the Richest, from low and high altitudes. He has a 100% drop rate of the storm cells. So that is kind of like an easy way. You know, it's not like an incredible drop rate because he's a challenging mouse to actually catch, but not terribly hard to, you know, roll onto your sky map if you're, you know, Oculus level 9. And then the other way is to catch pirates, again, on low and high altitude. You cannot drop storm cells in the palace just for the sake of, you know, having infinite loops. Obviously, that's not ideal for the mechanic to kind of like be able to just stay in the palace indefinitely. We want it to be, you know, the cash out kind of phase where, you know, you put in the effort to earn the ability to get to the palace, and then you get to choose very specifically by kind of locking your launch console, be able to kind of like really specifically choose what, sorry, I had to pause the thing, what your kind of run is. And then, of course, you know how many hunts you have. You're able to kind of equip exactly what you need, save up for some, you know, really good charms to use during it, that kind of thing. Bottled wind as fast as you can, because of course you don't have the speed boost from the shrine. So yeah, depending on what you choose, you can have like really crazy luck, or just kind of like a nice steady supply of resources that you're interested in. Greetings from Peterborough. Hello, actually, one of my brothers is from, or not from, but lives in Peterborough, Ontario. I don't know what Peterborough you are living within. Pirate drop rate is low. However, you get a steady stream of pirates when you have, obviously, the cheese built up. And so, you know, if your catch rate is decent, and I would recommend going after the Tier 2 pirates. Tier 1 is definitely a lot lower drop rate, so it's probably worth kind of going after the Tier 2s when you're trying to get the cells from them specifically. Can you make rainbow charms tradable? I don't know about that one. That one's not in my wheelhouse. Peterborough, Ontario, nice. That's awesome. Live in Lindsay, but grew up in Peterborough, Ontario. So many people that interesting. It's a small place too. I mean, not crazy small or anything, but like, that's awesome. Any other Ontarians in the chat? Fellow Canadians? Yeah. Yeah, that is pretty close. That's awesome. Yeah, I'm actually intending to visit Peterborough probably in the fall. Waterloo, Kitchener, nice. Mississauga, ooh, very close. London, Ontario. That's awesome. I've been to all of these places. Other side of the world. That is, I'm jealous. It sounds fun. I want to go visit there too. All right, I should probably get the art going. So today, I figured that we could continue our work on the Marching Flame journal theme. Because why not? We started it last time. I think it's still a pretty cool project, and I want to see it in the game, as do a number of other players. So should be able to wrap it up today. I think that there's supposed to be some meetings today, but I don't know if I'll wrap up before those, and they're not like requirements for me to be there. I generally like to be in on design meetings because I tend to have a lot to share. So we'll see when we kind of like get close to those, but I should be able to work to the point of finishing this today. I just don't know how long it'll run for, but I guess it just kind of depends on how quickly this comes together. Some dust floating around. Okay, so let's switch us over to Photoshop. Oh yeah, I had, let's see, what was it? It's an extension, colorist, and I had that moved over so that I know exactly like where the edge of this screen is, so I can keep everything in frame. So I'm still getting used to this setup. All right, so I should probably shrink my reference window down so that it's closer to what you see by default. Of course, you can kind of like view each of the journal themes as the detailed view, but I do want to design it for the kind of like regular camp view. So it's pretty small, but looking at it at size, feeling pretty good. Seems like the text is legible, and that's kind of important. And I feel like I didn't quite kind of verify that that was how it needed to be, so probably important to do. All right. Let's see. Yeah, time for our MouseHunt convention. Not yet. I'm hoping to kind of like get all the COVID stuff under wraps before any kind of convention, but I would love to kind of like have a MouseHunt get together again. All right. Oh, a shrew mouse caught IRL. Did it have any gold? All right. Oh, it's so loud. Shrews are so cute. It's been stealing your cat's food. How rude. That's not very nice. Yeah, the sword hilt is kind of like crooked. I can definitely tweak that. I agree. And like, let's see. Did I draw the sword itself, or was this like already there and I moved it and then added fire onto it? I think I just moved and added fire onto it. So let's see, what would be the best way going forward? I think the bottom is relatively resolved in terms of kind of like, okay, I feel like this composition's not terrible. I think it's interesting enough, and especially like when it's down at size. It's probably closer for people watching the stream, although I suppose if you're watching full screen, this is probably what it would look like in browser, and then kind of like on mobile. Of course, mobile devices are kind of higher res screens, so it actually does read better. But yeah, the bottom is definitely juicy, and that is very cool, and very fun. I want to get the top feeling as kind of like awesome. I don't want it to necessarily go as like epic, but I want it to feel, you know, as rich. So what I'm thinking we'll start with is let's work on the top panel, because obviously the bottom is kind of a little more figured out. We'll kind of like get it to a similar state, and then it'll just be kind of like rendering to completion, I think. So it should be pretty fun. All right. I did do the art for the Imperium Empress, yes. It was actually one of the earlier images created for the area, because I really wanted to basically paint what I did for that. I had a lot of fun with it, and it actually kind of like helped explore what the palace looks like, because I knew that I wanted her kind of like looming within the city itself, so that was just kind of like a fun way to figure out that design. I didn't end up doing too many of the mice on that release, because I was doing a lot of HUD stuff. There was quite a bit to figure out. Right, so I don't need that layer. I might have just a little bit of like sky blue behind this, because what's going to happen is when it's in game, the sand is going to be like, this whole thing's going to be on top of it, transparent, like it's transparent. So on browser, it's going to be basically just sitting on top of the kind of like, I don't know, off-white kind of journal tab. And then on mobile, it like has its own kind of like backdrop, right? So I'm thinking, oh, I've got to sound my horn. If I have a little bit of sky blue, I can kind of control this contrast that I want. It would work well on browser, but I think the mobile, it kind of like would, you know, not have that same kind of brightness that I think would be good for it. So let's see, what layer should I do this on? I'm probably just going to start merging some layers down. So this gray I don't need. This is kind of like all one thing. I'm just going to merge that. That's just sketch stuff. Where is the actual... Oh, it is just this one layer. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to do a layer behind here, and let's go for kind of like... I don't want to go like, you know, like super saturated blue. I want to go for like a kind of gray blue, maybe something like this, because it's going to be relative to the sand, right? Did okay, I just need to block in stuff better. Okay. So should I have it be kind of more of a gradient, or a hard-edged kind of background? Okay, so this might be a bit too gray, but we'll kind of figure that out when we have more elements kind of locked in. Because I think the banner adding warmth, the reds from the banner, and kind of the sun-baked sand, kind of that's kind of like the idea I want to go for. Have like almost like a not oversaturated, what's the word for it? Where basically there's just like too much light, and it kind of like actually goes to white, and then the shadows being like warm. So the sky, I don't want it to be too cool. In fact, I'm wondering if this will work. It depends on what I do with the shadows, really. So I'll leave it as kind of like a gray-blue for now. And I might want to get just a hint more blue in there. So we'll go with that for now. I'm going to drop this sketch down as well, because I don't need to be too strong. All right, and then also this banner. Where in the world are you? Oh, that's I'll just reference. So you're on the top here and there. That makes sense. Okay. So bring that back up. And these, okay, I'm going to leave this layer alone because I can actually use that as the actual flats for kind of coloring this text. But this sketch, I'm just going to merge down with this sketch because I'm pretty happy with that design now. So I'm going to drop that down, and then should be fine to move this down here now. Cool. All right. I think one of the things we're looking into is better display of the mice now. We've done the kind of like ability to see the trap as a higher resolution now. In case anyone missed it, if you go to the browser, go to camp, and you look in the bottom right corner of the trap itself, there's 4 arrows kind of pointing outwards. If you click that, it'll bring up a higher res version of your trap so you can appreciate it in all of its glory. So that's very exciting. And of course we have higher res images for a lot of the Larry Loot lexicon items. And of course, you know, obviously you can click on the thumbnail in the journal to just get an image of the character. But yeah, we were talking about it this week, about like being able to better display the mice, because obviously we put a lot of effort into the artwork, and you know, as fun as it is being able to get like all of the kind of details on stream, you don't get to be a part of every single piece of artwork. Very few, in fact, are seen at this detail. Not that I want, you know, everyone to be able to witness stuff at this fidelity, because, you know, we don't actually that's interesting. It's just on the wrong layer there. Okay, but yeah, like we don't intend for people to be able to actually like see the designs where you can literally like see every single brush stroke. Like we create images 4 times as big as we want them to be seen at, basically. So that's just how we work. But of course, we intend them to be seen at, you know, like, let's say, you know, 760 pixels by 760 for the traps is kind of like the actual size that they're uploaded at, and that was due to kind of like the way Facebook was. It allowed its page way back when to be 760 wide, and so that was just a number that I kind of like designed stuff to be, with the intention that, well, maybe one day we'll do a view where you literally see it at full size. Or is it 700 that I put the traps at? It might be 700 for traps. But like knowing, you know, it'll fill most of the available space. But then of course we have kind of like now mobile has its own kind of like, you know, view sizes, and those aren't kind of restricted to some arbitrary Facebook value from a decade ago, as well as kind of like our own, you know, domain that we use, and we could change the parameters there if we so wanted. But of course, you know, where possible, we want the platforms to operate similarly. Obviously, mobile and browser, we can't kind of like have the same, you know, the same flow, because it'd be kind of weird to, you know, design browser to be as kind of like narrow and tall as mobile, since, you know, that most people don't have vertically angled monitors. So obviously we want it to be a landscape design as opposed to a portrait. Although I did, way back when we were first kind of like conceptualizing the mobile game, I did have kind of like a concept of playing MouseHunt landscape. But because of the way the game plays, I actually really like that it's portrait style, because it's a game where it's very, very casual, you know? Like you pull out your phone and it's oriented kind of, you know, portrait style, and you want to be able to just do everything with one thumb. If you do it landscape, then it's kind of like, okay, well now you need both hands, and to like tap things on one side versus another, you need kind of like both your thumbs. And one concept that I had, and I wouldn't be opposed to, like, you know, looking into the possibility of it if we actually wanted to, although it would be a big redesign of things, and I don't think it's worth it. But like the idea that like when it's portrait mode, you're like looking at kind of like your camp and the journal and that kind of stuff, and then when you rotate your phone to be landscape, it like switches to the HUD view and stuff like that. But it's harder to kind of like convey that instead of just kind of clicking and going to a mobile designed HUD. So probably not an ideal design. There's not a lot of apps or games where like you're like switching between them regularly. I think that would actually be irritating. So that's probably not going to happen, which is probably a good thing. But I thought it was maybe an interesting way to handle kind of like HUDs in the game, because that was back before we did any mobile HUDs, and kind of like, well, if we did do them, what is kind of a way to do it? And I was, you know, like, well, the browser ones are wide, right? So if you rotate your phone, you have more potential to kind of like see that. But yeah, I do like that, you know, they're designed for the vertical space. And actually, one of the things I need to do more is we often will design areas and events for browser first, just because that's kind of like how we started, right? Mobile came afterwards, so it kind of like can be treated as a bit of a side thought at times, not always, and not nearly as often these days. But I know that like when I've kind of worked on HUD designs in the past and events, like it's kind of like, okay, well, I start with the browser layout, and then I figure out how to port it over to mobile. And I think that's pretty unfair, because actually quite a few people use mobile more than browser. Like there's a lot of hybrid players, I guess you could call them, like a lot. I myself, of course, am a hybrid player, where I play on both. You know, it's a wonderful convenience to like be able to do all your kind of like, you know, track management and kind of like location, you know, resource control, stuff like that on browser, and then like when you're out and about, just kind of like using the widget on your phone to hunt. And then of course if you like switch to a moment where you gotta interact with the HUD, it's easy enough to do on mobile. But I think I know there's definitely a lot of players that only play on mobile, and there's definitely some that only play on browser, but I definitely want to start designing from mobile to start. Every once in a while, maybe I'll bounce back and forth. Actually, one of the things I'm working on is kind of like a prototyping tool, because I've been teaching myself Unity, and I made the kind of like, I think it was 6 different floating islands prototypes, maybe just 5, and the Valor Rift prototype in Unity, because it's kind of like learning how to do all that, and figured it was a useful thing to be able to kind of like experience the gameplay, which really was, because that really helped shape what the floating islands became. Because as I said, it went through like at least 5 iterations, and that was kind of like, this will work, and then get feedback, and the feedback is, this doesn't work. It's 2x 2y, or doesn't quite z. But one of the things I'm working on now is just kind of like a little prototyping environment where you can kind of like plug and play little elements. Like it's super easy to like add a cheese or a resource or mice, and kind of like add in little quests and mechanics into the system, to be able to kind of like do quick little game experiments, like, oh, maybe it'd be fun if there was this kind of mechanic, and you can actually mock it up relatively easily. It's not there yet, but it's something I'm working on. But one of the things that I made sure to do with that is I actually have like 2 displays at the same time. One is kind of like the mobile display, and one's the browser display, and that makes sure that I'm kind of conscious of like, okay, well, if I do like a skeleton mock HUD of kind of like, what would the bare bones of this be? Like, oh yeah, we gotta have like the cheese management and some kind of progression feedback element, like progress bar or whatever it would be, right? I need to kind of like put those into both environments, so it really helps kind of like make sure that I'm thinking in terms of both platforms. So I'm excited to kind of like get more done on that tool and get some good use out of it. So we are entering event season, of course. We already have Halloween kind of like being worked on, so I'm certain that the next art stream we do together will be spooktacular. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to share the prototype one day and kind of like be like, all right, hey, let's mock up an area together really quick, like on stream. That'd be kind of fun, because the theory that I have is like, or the intention is, when I have kind of like the tool set up how I want it to, effectively, you could whip up gameplay that quick. Being able to be like, all right, let's add 6 mice, and they're attracted to this new cheese we just created, and there's kind of like these 2 areas you can travel between, or whatever, that kind of idea. Just kind of like try and build something interesting using those. And of course, like, areas that we come out with now, they each have like really custom events and such. So Generally, like the tool itself is great for kind of like doing quick little kind of like, okay, well, like how does this flow feel? But then it would still require like doing customized kind of code to add in kind of like different mechanics. Like, for example, let's say I wanted to create the sunken city in it. You know, I wouldn't be able to just kind of do it with just the base systems. It would require kind of like adding in the ability to kind of like dive and have there be the oxygen resource, and for the most part it wouldn't be too hard, but like being able to like track kind of like the travel that you do and have kind of like the like tiles of different environments that you go into. That would require, you know, like a little bit of custom code to make that work, but not too bad. That might actually be a good way to kind of get the tool into the position it needs to, is actually recreating previous areas. Actually, I'm just like rambling to myself about what I should do about this, but what would really be quite cool is to like recreate old areas that need HUD updates, because I could like two birds with one stone effectively. So old areas tend to have very simple mechanics where it is basically like, okay, well, like get the resources to craft the thing. That's easy to do. To be able to go after, you know, different mouse that has a different resource. The system's basically already set up to be able to do that. So I could create quite a few areas with how it is right now. It's not bad. So like the dojo, for example, I could make it today in the system, like the way it's built, it already could do all that. And then it would be a case of like being able to kind of like add in a HUD for it and kind of like, you know, figure out what feels good, what's kind of like necessary for that. Ooh, thank you, Michelle. Very nice. All right, got a Larry link for later, after lunch. All right. Gotta love when Michelle gives you a Larry link that's just sandblasted metal and Empyrean jewels at the same time. Whew. So nice. Thank you, Larry. But yeah, so effectively, that tool would allow some HUD exploration for areas that need it, as well as kind of like basically being like, okay, what else does this system need potentially? So that's what I was just kind of like thinking to myself just now. Yeah. Thank you very much, Ernest. I appreciate the love of the art very much. That's very kind. I'm very lucky to get to do what I love here. So I hope it shows. I suspect it does because I hear it from kind of feedback. But you know, I definitely like to put as much effort and, you know, care into the designs because I care. You know, I really love the project, and being able to kind of like create nice art is just an awesome kind of like very awesome thing I get to do. I'm very lucky. So very privileged to be able to work on this. Alright, so we have planted our Hunter's Journal flag. Yeah, no, like, there is some very interesting elements that do not kind of like exist on both platforms, Ryan. Like, the ability to save your trap setups on mobile is awesome, and then like the gifting and raffle tickets and stuff on browser. Like, I definitely play both because they both kind of like provide features, but the thing we want to do is definitely have kind of like the same capabilities on both eventually. So, it might still be easier to do gifting on browser, but making sure that you can still do all those things, and like being able to save trap setups on browser would be pretty great. Like, I do believe that the trap library from the floating islands is a successful experiment, in that we were kind of like, all right, we want to try out this kind of feature. Obviously, this location would really benefit from being able to kind of like have saved setups, because you would just have to put in so much extra work to kind of like every time you go to an island completely swap your setup. It would just be so taxing and annoying. But it allowed us to kind of see like, yeah, okay, this feature is awesome. We should probably maybe consider having this be a little more global. One of the potential directions would be kind of like having a power type saved. So, basically how you have it set up in floating islands, when you go to a different location with that power type as the kind of like the one and only power type you would use there, it would kind of like equip basically that same setup or something along those lines. Maybe being able to like save any custom kind of setup is good, but I actually really like the idea of kind of like one per power type, because generally when you go to an area that needs a power type, you will equip your best in slot for that situation, and change your cheese and your charm essentially. But like your base and your trap, those are probably going to be consistent, so it's nice to kind of like only have to swap out half, if even. And then yeah, like I think we could definitely use more feedback around what people would want in terms of saving setups, because we definitely make assumptions about what would be ideal, but being able to hear what people would like might be pretty useful. Although that's probably more of a Dave feedback element. So tell him I sent you about being able to save your trap setups, and kind of like relating it to the journal theme, or the trap library from the floating islands. All right, so we have kind of like the sand, we have the flag. I'm going to get the tertiary elements like these stones kind of blocked in. And then we're going to do a light pass on it. So we're going to kind of like hit with the highlights and shadows and just kind of like try and set a scene here really loosely still. And from that point, it should be relatively smooth sailing. Just need to kind of like decide where we want the light source to be. I'm kind of feeling like right overhead is the best. With the banner the way it is, I love the idea of having this kind of like shadow stretched out, or not stretched out rather, I suppose, but like directly below it to kind of like ground it in that environment. And then, the sun directly overhead just feels more dangerous when you're in a desert, because that means it's at its hottest effectively. And so, it's hostile. And also, I have quite a few of these stones kind of like leaning out intentionally just so that they can cast better shadows. Although being slightly angled will allow more kind of like interesting shadows on these dunes. So I do want to pick something that would work well with these. The way that these kind of more jagged stones are set up, it is probably best if the light is coming from kind of like the top right a bit. And that does also work with getting a bit of a shadow on the left side of the dunes here, maybe. So just a slight angle from the top right is good. If I did it from this side, that's also good. We get like the cast shadow from the banner, but these jagged stones might not be able to get quite the cast shadow, or yeah, I don't know, they're pretty angular, so I'm not worried about them having shadows. The collar here could get a little more attention drawn to it, which might be good. What else? Yeah, I'm still thinking the top right is decent. Thank you very much, Hoonli. Thank you very much. It's very nice. Let's see. Comrade. All right. Let's see. I think this is the post here. Yeah. So we could use this for the banner, or the collar. Just kind of tone that down a little bit there. Yeah, making a skin for the Chrome School of Sharks based on the zombie sharks from the Pirates of the Caribbean for the upcoming Halloween event. I missed that, so thanks for reposting that. Mostly I'd like to pick a charm and get cheese/trap recommendations from the game. Tell you which charm I'm willing to burn, and you tell me what my best setup options are. That's interesting. So would you like want the game to be able to tell you that, or is that something that you're kind of like requesting of the community? Because I do believe the community is always interested in kind of like theorizing around that. Systems-wise, that's a little more complicated to do. I don't doubt that we could do something like that, but the accuracy of it is subjective, I think. Because often, I think it's just kind of like the trap itself is probably the biggest ticket to kind of like success. Although with the prestige base, that's a pretty noteworthy tool when you can kind of like manage to get that powered up. But yeah, I guess the question is kind of like, okay, well, what mice need what kind of setup? Like, there's obviously like all like uber luck builds that people do, where you can kind of like get like, perfect catch rates if you get your luck insanely high. And then for more kind of like boss fights, focusing on power actually is quite beneficial as well. And then there's kind of like other cases of like, okay, well, like loot drop as well can definitely have kind of like an element of using your luck stat to yield more loot. So I mean, there's so many different kind of like ways you could go that I don't think a tool built into the game could actually convey that kind of information effectively. So I think that if you're interested in kind of like that kind of feedback, go say hi in the Discord. There's definitely a lot of people that are always interested in kind of like helping other hunters with kind of like how to set up for success, depending on where you are, what you have available, etc. Josh, every single piece of artwork in MouseHunt, that's a lot of love. I don't even love every single piece of artwork in MouseHunt. Actually, I dislike a lot of it because it's very old, and when I look at it, it makes me sad because it could be so much better. And if I had infinite time, I could make it all better, but I do not. Like, what always kind of pains me a little is knowing that, you know, brand new players to the game basically get to see the worst art. You know, like they come to this game that's been running for 13 years, and their first impressions are the weakest. You know, like so that's something I would love to address, where effectively, you know, we've expanded our resources on the team, which is incredible. So we actually have 2 juniors that are kind of like working on some kind of like stuff for the early game, which, thank you, like it, you know, we've been wanting to address the early game forever. So thankfully we actually have some people that effectively, like, when we've talked about it as a team before, I'm like, how horrible would it be if I, like, if it's just like these people like don't get to work on new cool, like, awesome, you know, areas and are relegated forever to the early game, and just kind of like addressing its issues and kind of helping develop it. I obviously wouldn't want to restrict them to that degree, but I think that having a dedicated team to the early game is so important. So thankfully that's actually the case now. We actually have some focus that is being kind of placed on it, and there's some documents in the works and some plans being drafted. So there is no timeline or anything, but the intention is to do a little bit of fixing on the early game, because it's really bad, terrible, in fact. I actually would not be surprised if it ran like it was more successful before we did some tweaks to it many years ago. Because the quests that we added to the town of Narnia, for example, a lot of the players that are playing the game now and are, you know, in the floating islands and have been, you know, playing dedicated, came from a time before we made that quest a thing. And I actually believe that a lot of the people that go into the town of Narnia quit because it's actually so painful, because the way it plays is you have to catch a specific mouse. Like, you have a bounty to get this specific mouse, and you're brand new to the game, and you're kind of like, oh, okay, I kind of get it. You know, the meadow gave me a little bit of a rundown on kind of what I'm doing. I'm sounding the horn, and the mouse will come to my trap and eat the cheese, or I catch it, or whatever, right? So they kind of like get just that information, and then they're dropped into the town and told, like, okay, you got to catch this mouse. By the way, it likes this cheese that is a little more expensive than you can probably afford. And so you're like trying to catch that mouse, and maybe you get in like 3 hunts, and that switches to a different mouse, and it kind of like suggests a different cheese. But the catch rate at the town is so atrocious that we've done some tests, and the juniors who are like new to the game, because they came from a different team, and they're like, hey, okay, so we're gonna help out with MouseHunt. They like started playing the game recently, so they got to go through this experience recently, and kind of like they they took screenshots of their journals, and some of them were just like like an entire page of misses. And if you were new to this game and your experience was just like you're just constantly failing to attract, you're constantly missing the mice, and the ones that you do catch are not the ones you are required to make any kind of progress, it would be the most frustrating thing ever. Like the interesting thing is like kind of like retroactively looking at this, and like being like, why did we decide this mechanic was good? If we ever like made a new area and we're like, all right, let's propose this mechanic that is the introduction for people, we would be like, no, that's a terrible idea. Like, absolutely not. We would never use that as a design, and yet that is the first impression that people get. So I actually think that a lot of the players that exist in the game and have played dedicated came from a time before that. So yeah, it's interesting. All right. Anywho, so that's one of the like things we want to kind of hotfix, is basically being like, hey, maybe like, you know, we change these mechanics when we have the design and resources ready for that. But for now, maybe let's like just make that catch rate not nearly as atrocious, and the whole like cheese attraction thing is kind of like a really old design that I don't think we care so much about. You know, like, when's the last time you noticed you failed to attract a mouse over the past 6 years, right? Like, generally, the way the game plays these days is you have kind of custom cheese, and those custom cheese are really effective at attracting. The early game mechanics was just kind of like, you know, a resource challenge where you're kind of like balancing gold against kind of like what cheese can you be effective with. But there wasn't like progression mechanics. It was just kind of like, okay, well, like, I guess I could sacrifice some hunting prowess to save on gold, and that's the strategy. And you know, when it existed, there wasn't a lot of like other games that were kind of competing with it, so it did okay. And it was, you know, like back in the Mob Wars day, like before Farmville, basically, or at the same time. So it's kind of like, you know, people can put up with a game that's simple and full of suffering, apparently. But nowadays, it's just kind of like, no, that's not at all interesting and fun, and you know, we could do so much more with so little effort. Well, not effort, it would definitely take effort, but like easily design something that is rewarding and fun and actually is reflective of what the game is for everybody else. Because it's very interesting that like the early game is, ooh, I'm on the wrong layer, I switched. It's very interesting that the early game is such a bad representation of what the actual experience is elsewhere in it. Like, you don't use cheese attraction the way it's shown in the town of Narnia. Like, the concept of like, oh, this mouse's favorite cheese is this one, is like really not something we tend to use. Like, each cheese effectively has its own unique pool of mice, and that's definitely an interesting and more kind of like fun mechanic, where it's like, hey, you need to, like, you know, catch this band of mice, but they are all only attracted to this one kind of cheese. And like, maybe instead of like the quest being like, catch this one specific mouse. It's like, oh, go find this group of mice and get this one specific drop from them, but each of them has a chance of dropping it, so you just kind of like keep hunting that group and finding interesting different mice until you have enough of whatever the resource is that you need, and you switch to a different cheese and get a different pool of mice, or something like that, where you can't fail at it. Like, the problem is the town of Narnia, oh boy, you can fail, and it really makes you fail hard. Like, you never have enough cheese or gold, you are constantly, failing to attract and failing to catch because your gear is so bad. It should be like flipped. You should be crushing it, and then later on you experience the challenges. So yeah. Oh yeah, and trying to scale Super Brief. Oh yeah, that was an interesting. You had to go. Where was it? I think you could go to the Grove, or I don't remember where I did it, but there was a location where Super Breed didn't attract anything. Like, there was nothing in the pool, so you would go there with a setup that had like super stale as its stat, and that was the best way I found to like getting that resource. Yeah. Hello, Roxanne. Thank you very much. Yeah, no, like, it's so silly that like the intro to the game has been so bad for so long, and we've known it, but like, it's been so difficult to kind of be like, listen, we got to like put resources on this, because we're always needing to do all kinds of other things like event seasons and new content, and uh, those bugs that like we really need to deal with. So it's just difficult. But now that we have some new devs and they needed stuff to work on, we're like, we know exactly what you get to work on. So I'm so thankful we get to do that now, because I think it's going to be really important. Like, it's an old game, it's a hard sell regardless, but with that, it's even harder. I'm pretty sure that the last time I saw the like metrics for that area, it was like at least like 56% of people that go into the town of Narnia never leave the town of Narnia because they just quit, and that's rough. I want that first impression to actually represent how good the game is. And it's hard because, like, when the game gets good, it's because it kind of like has some like depth and complexity to it, right? Where like showing up right away, I don't think we can kind of necessarily be like, okay, so like power types and charms, and like, but like you gotta like know how to do all these cool things, and like intersections and the labyrinth and blah, 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 like all kinds of like obscure things. But I think we could definitely come up with a light version of like a really good area that teaches the early game tools that really shine. Like, I do think that power type is something that would be interesting, although being one of the first things you learn, maybe it's not necessary. I do think that the cheese is something that the player needs to learn about properly. And currently it's interesting because, like, for whatever reason, the Town of Narnia quest we designed literally teaches an incorrect lesson. So that was a choice that we made, I suppose. But yeah, so can you tell that I'm very passionate about changing the early game? Very. All right, let's see. I've not been looking at the chat. The catacombs. Okay, yeah, that's right. I thought it was something like that. Yes, Fiery Warpath theme indeed. Oh yeah, back in the days when you had to like convert all your gold to cheese so you could travel, because travel cost gold. I never min-maxed that hard, but yeah, been a while before you even visit the Sky Palace. Want to do your due diligence. get your prestige base at least to level 80 or not 100. That's tough, but I mean, if you've been kind of like able to be a part of events, I highly recommend kind of like, you know, going for some like nice charm rewards and such. With the Ronza, she's got her kind of like toothlets. If you manage to get the base, that's pretty darn useful there too, the denture base. All kinds of ways. You know, when you actually have the prestige base, you can use your really good rift charms in the right moments to get some good push. But yeah, you can do it. Believe in you. There's probably like some really good advice out there too for like how to really get like what you should save up for and kind of like plan for to do that like final, like I'm going 80 plus. What should I do? How should I go about doing that? Yeah. Have any tips for getting into more comic style drawing? I naturally do realism, but find it difficult choosing some exercise to get used to animated style art. I personally don't do much comic style, but I would say the best like technique for kind of learning any style is to actually try to emulate it. You know, find artists that you look up to that do styles you're interested in, and do studies of their artwork. Literally, like, have their art there and try and replicate it. And when you do that, think about why they've kind of used the techniques they have, like why the line weight, where they have it, and kind of like the way they use color and stuff like that. Try and like make the same choices and analyze like, you know, how the differences between your work and that work are. Like, it, when you do it, it's going to be a challenge. Like, it's going to be really hard to capture someone else's style. But like anytime you're like looking at your work and it is kind of like disappointing in quotation marks, that just means that there's something to learn about it. Like, if, for example, this is kind of like a little bit of a tangent, when you flip an image, sometimes it looks wrong, and that is a sign of something being off, and your brain picking up on that because you were so used to seeing it kind of at one angle. When you flip it, it kind of reveals those things you were overlooking. So it's important to be able to like find those things and like be able to spot them. So same thing when you're trying to kind of emulate a style, is kind of like, okay, it doesn't feel right, but like, why? What is different between the two? And so I know that there's a lot of artists and like art teachers and like kind of like art people who think that, you know, copying another person's work is a terrible thing to do. Plagiarism absolutely is not okay. However, studying is the best thing you can possibly do. You know, like, it is totally valid to have some piece of artwork that you really love and try and replicate that. That's okay to do, just don't go sharing it as something that you created, right? Use it as a personal study to try and learn and like be focused in what you're trying to learn about it, and like make comparisons. You know, if you're trying to replicate the image, don't like trace it necessarily. Sometimes that is fine. Like, if you're just trying to like learn how to do coloring, like copying the coloring techniques, you know, like if you just need to like have those shapes, tracing it, sure, then you can kind of like put that to the side and like try and figure out how to do those colors that way. But yeah, like, just try and be really like, figure out what you want to learn from it, and, you know, just focus on that. And then yeah, like, I think that's probably the best way, is to emulate artists you respect and be respectful in kind of like how you do that. Again, don't go kind of being like, you know, copying an image and then claiming you designed it, because that's unfair. But of course, you know, if you're kind of like replicating an image to study it, then that's a different thing. So that's my thought on it, because I know that there's a lot of like rough art teachers that exist, and you know, people who think that, you know, you have to find your own style by yourself in some kind of like, you know, void where you're not allowed to be influenced by other things. That's such a fallacy to think that that is even possible. The hubris it would require to even think that that's how it works is ridiculous to me, because everything comes from another, like everything you see is designed from other things. Like MouseHunt itself is, you know, because I've been influenced by certain games and movies and media, all kinds of stuff, and you know, like uh, artists that I love how they render things, and I've learned how to kind of like take what I like from those and like implement those into my design. And the more you study other artists and try and learn techniques and stuff, the more customized your style will become. You know, like there is this kind of like notion that you have to have your own unique style, and that's just kind of like, don't get caught up on that. That's not important. You don't need to have that kind of like uniqueness. Because again, like that's another thing that I hear from like a lot of young artists is like, I'm not ready, like I don't have my own style yet. And it's kind of like, I remember trying to find my style, and I was so concerned about it being unique that I was just making really bad design choices because no one makes those design choices. So I'm like, well, this is at least different. Instead of kind of like just embracing that, like, it's a good thing to learn from other people and, you know, steal ideas, steal kind of like techniques. Please, that's the best thing to do. Like if everything was designed in a closed environment, nothing would be evolved. It would all be like so basic and simple. It's kind of like, you know, the idea of like, you know, MouseHunt areas, each one gets better and better because we've learned from previous areas. We've taken that knowledge and information. Like if we never, you know, like applied things we learned and kind of like tried new things and, you know, like stole ideas from other things, you know, everything would be as bad as the town of Narnia, and no one would play the game because it'd be horrible. So yeah, that's my advice. Please, like, find art you love and steal ideas from it, and just try and figure out what makes theirs work. And that's probably the best way you can kind of learn. Just really selective studies. So yeah. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Hope you got something out of that. Yeah, the transition from realism to comic can be very challenging because it does kind of like, you know, require totally different ideas. To be like a good like comic and that kind of like artist, you need to have like really good design sense, and that is something you develop, you know. So yeah. Do I know Inktober? I've done a little bit of Inktober. Every year I'm kind of like, yeah, I should probably do one of these challenges, but I'm so very bad at like tasking myself up to things. The best I've done with kind of like, ooh, I should probably do this kind of like personal challenge is working on Game Jam with my brother. That's probably the most successful I've been at kind of being like, ooh, this would be a fun and like personal growth challenge that I should try. But yeah, Inktober is definitely a really good idea for people who want to just kind of like get better at drawing. Like, the cool thing about it is it's like, you do it, it doesn't matter how good it is, it's just kind of like a daily challenge to just keep practicing, right? I've also done daily studies for a little while, where basically you kind of like paint little thumbnails of landscapes, and then like do a speed paint for an hour every morning, kind of thing, like a warm-up. That's good. I need to get back into that. And then other artists on the team, Maxine, who is actually now fully independent. She's just kind of like an absolutely astonishingly good artist. She was doing Mermaid, and I think it was 2 years ago now. She actually was the winner of that contest, and got like, cool Cintiq gear and prizes and stuff like that, because she is a phenomenal artist. But yeah, doing those challenges is a very good way to kind of just like have rapid growth, because it's kind of like daily challenge. So I recommend them. But I'm kind of one of those people that is like, do as I say, not as I do. So I can dispense wisdom, but I don't tend to take my own medicine at times. So oops. But I should definitely do those challenges, because they're really, really good to do. It's just kind of like I am at the whim of my very broken executive functioning capabilities. So it requires some very good rewards and structure and routines to kind of like maintain any of those challenges. And if I manage to mess up my routine, it can take like weeks to kind of like get back on the horse. For example, over the past like 2 weeks, I've not been getting the sleep I normally do. Like, I try to go to bed before midnight, and recently I've been going to bed at like 3 in the morning, and it's completely ruined my normal routines, to the point of like me not accomplishing simple things, because like, oh, I woke up a bit late and I didn't kind of like do things in the order I'm used to, so things got dropped. And then the way that I have ADD, by the way. It can kind of like build up against you and like become this big wall, even though it's like, no, you just gotta like, keep the kitchen clean, or like wash before making breakfast, so that I don't have to kind of like, make coffee when I'm supposed to be working or whatever, right? And it can be very difficult to do. So yeah, it's a challenge. I should probably keep doing art, though, instead of just rambling about how I don't do art. Because that's where that came from. Yeah, I like Inktober, I like Mermaid. Those kinds of things are such a cool thing. I love watching what other people do, and it's very inspiring. And I'm like, another thing about it, though, I found when I tried to do it, is like, I'm the kind of artist who requires like a clear goal for like what the drawing should be. Like, when it comes to doing work for MouseHunt, it's super great, because it's like, okay, cool, I need a trap for an event, and it's going to be kind of like for this kind of like area specifically, and so I have kind of like those kind of like concepts to chew on, to give me a little bit of direction. Whereas like when I've done Inktober before, I tried to do it without prompts, and that does not work for me. Like, I can't just have a blank page. I will never do anything with a blank page. I need to have kind of a goal, like a specific idea of what it needs to do. And what's interesting is, like, I do not have a strong kind of mind's eye when it comes to like actually imagining visuals. I'm actually closer to the end of not being able to actually like visualize things in my head at all. I can kind of like get like I can imagine motion of shapes, and I can imagine kind of like silhouettes roughly, but I can't like picture an apple and like see it colorful and you know it like looks like an apple. To me, when I think of what an apple looks like, I actually think of the concepts of it, and that's what I visualize. Um, like I can rotate it in my head, but it's not a visual thing. It's like the concept of what constructs an apple, like what the surface material would be and how the light acts on it, and the dimension of it. Like there's kind of like a physical space that I can kind of sense about it, but like yeah, like visually, like it's interesting because like a lot of artists I know, they can like picture a drawing before they start drawing it. I cannot. I can only kind of figure out what a drawing is going to be by scribbling and then looking at that scribble and kind of like imagining built on top of that. So um, that's potentially one of the reasons why a blank canvas is the most daunting thing, because I can't just like picture a scene on it and kind of like be like, ooh, this would be a cool thing. I have to like be like, okay, cool, here's a prompt at least. So like, oh, it's going to be a witch, and then maybe, you know, angry witch. Okay, that's something. And then, you know, I can start to kind of like doodle, and then from the doodle, I can kind of develop that into something. But at least with MouseHunt, I have kind of like, I know what the goal is ahead of time, you know, like it needs to be, okay, like a mid-power tactical mouse. So, you know, that has its own kind of like ideas that it conjures, and then I'll kind of just experiment with poses to find something that like tells an interesting story, and then I figure out what it looks like after. You know, like as I'm working on it, I kind of like discover how it looks. So I'm trying to remember the word that is used for describing people who can't like use that kind of like visual imagination. Aphantasia, I believe. I'm not fully like aphantagic, but I'm definitely kind of like on the weaker end of that. So, yeah, yeah, aphantasia. But like concepts and I don't know, dimension and that kind of stuff, like rock solid. I can kind of like anytime me and Dave are hanging out to kind of like do balancing stuff, like my brain wires up all the mechanics, and like I can kind of like build that in my head. Like game design, I can kind of like block it out and kind of like suss out kind of all kinds of things that, you know, maybe that's something that other people can't do. I'm not quite sure, but it's an interesting thing to be a visual artist and have kind of like very underdeveloped or kind of stunted, or I don't know how to kind of describe it, because I don't know if it's something that people can actually train necessarily, but like that visual kind of like mind's eye, not sure. But yeah, so there you go. Yes, speaking of balance, Richard the Rich is kind of stingy, which is on brand. I mean, how else are you going to get rich? You gotta like hoard all of the wealth. If you just give it out, you're not going to be rich, right? That's how capitalism works. The top 1% pay like the least proportional taxes by just an insane margin. You know, capitalism. It was capitalism all along. I mean, he does have a guaranteed drop, and if you are able to chain them and you're willing to take those extra hunts and you're lucky, it does shave down the time. That is the thing about it. Like, if you are doing kind of like, a relatively, I wouldn't say casual hunt, but like, you do the kind of like, okay, I'm gonna, retreat on low altitudes and hunt through high altitude. If you kind of like mix in some Richards there, you essentially can save a whole run pretty reliably. Instead of doing 5 cycles, you can get it down to 4, maybe even 3. And it's kind of like, it depends on your resources. Like, the way that Dave and I were kind of like trying to work this system is, we do want you to have to earn your way into the palace, right? So it doesn't, like, we don't want it to be, like super regular, you're just constantly returning. We want there to be some effort put in. And like, so obviously getting the storm cells rapidly is more challenging. Like, the faster you try to get it, the more challenging it is. But of course, if you just kind of like, cycle through the paragons, you will make guaranteed progress towards it, right? So that is a set thing. You can't not do it if you're just doing your paragons and you're throwing in a Richard, or you've kind of like managed to collect a good amount of pirate cheese. You can use that, and those can be pretty good if you have a good catch rate against them and get lucky. You can get a decent, I know quite a few people were posting that they got like 12 storm cells from a pirate run. Not bad at all. That's a whole paragon. That's a whole set of low altitude and high altitude, kind of like, in addition. Although, of course, it's a case of kind of like them taking 75 hunts versus, if they are just kind of like bailing as soon as possible. So it's kind of like, your own hunting style. Like, we did design it intentionally, and maybe I'm tipping my hand a bit about this, but we did design it very intentionally so that each play style is totally valid, right? If you min-max, there are ways to get there pretty effectively. However, it does require you to put in those effort and have the resources capable of doing that. But then if you want to just be casual, you are absolutely going to get there in a reasonable amount of time. And yeah, no, I mean, Richard is just always being stingy and always will be. So that's just how he operates. The thing is every Richard drop, there is a possibility that he just has a jewel on him. Like, you can drop the high altitude trove, and within there is even a possibility of getting 2 jewels out of it, right? So, like, he is intentionally a jackpot mouse. However, with the 100% chance of getting a storm cell, if you can catch him, it does give a little more value, because I know that a lot of people don't feel like he is worthy of the Oculus 9 tier, and I get that. But having 2 loot cache does kind of like make rolling up things just slightly easier, and then it's really not actually super hard to get 2 loot cache to kind of roll on the same map. Of course, if you're trying to go for like a specific power type and order of kind of like modifiers, that is a different story, but I feel like most people are probably utilizing their storm cells on the palace when they're there anyways. But I don't know. It's a hard thing to kind of like get that perfect balance that makes everyone happy. I think that is actually an impossible thing to do. So the philosophy behind kind of like the design is kind of like, okay, well, like, if Richard is, reliably useful and not actually hard to add into your mix, we can't make him too good, right? People who have Oculus 9 definitely will be able to get into the palace faster, guaranteed. So, that is like, I know people are like, it's not worth going for OC9 now, but I don't believe that that is actually accurate. At least if you're kind of willing to, you know, not trade in your ore and glass for bottled wind. Like, you don't necessarily need to make getting to OC9 your priority necessarily. Like, I think people going in at Oculus 4, 5, or 6, sure, it's an absolutely awesome idea to kind of like go for the ore glass run there, because like you will come out with more than you could any other methods, right? So it's probably a good idea to get double pirate capability, because when you want to do maps or you want to get storm cells and you've gotten kind of good at doing pirates in the palace, or however you want to run it. I don't want to tell you how to do it. That's the fun of it. Nice to be able to kind of like get the storm cells and seals and such. Although, of course, if you're going seal hunting, Palace is pretty good for that. So, like, basically the idea is that every single way you could go about doing, your hunting, it's all totally valid. And it depends on what your resources are at. Like, I know that people who don't do a lot of maps and earn the codex, although I know that a lot of kind of like high caliber players who have infinite auras are probably like, what's this codex? It's garbage. Totally fair, totally understandable. It's not for you. Unfortunately, we can't make codexes crazy powerful because they are a permanent thing. Like the power up from them is like, it can have magnitudes of, gain if we're not cautious with it. And so, people who don't do a lot of maps and don't necessarily have auras that just will go on until, a century from now, like being able to go on a charm run and come out with like 800 charms, and then have the codex being able to just like, when you're using those, convert a portion of those up, and then suddenly you switch to those and convert a portion of those up, and just like keep going. Sorry, frog in my throat. It's actually going to be quite nice for those players. All right. Anyways, we are kind of like considering, what we'll do for the kind of like palace map, or whatever we want to call it. There is kind of intentions to, do something about that. So if you have kind of like, oh, I really want it to like do these things, I want it to kind of have this kind of reward or this kind of goal or challenge, like, I think that would be totally interesting to hear. Because, I feel like that map is probably going to be, aimed towards more of the players who are like, what are these kind of like, drop rates and rewards? Like, I wanted more, like, I like when we can provide that challenge and that kind of reward. So, but I'm not doing any concepts around the map currently, so I'm not going to workshop that today. It's not kind of like my area at the moment. But hopefully we find something really cool for that. That feels good. Apparently. I'm not used to talking this long. All right. Yeah. He's equal to 0.015 joules per catch. I mean, fair enough. But it is fun when you've kind of like, when you do open that high altitude trove and get double joule. I actually have done that, and it's pretty wild. But of course, with the palace, we were like, okay, we were definitely purposefully kind of, like very cautious with, just like dropping jewels through Richard, because we really didn't want that to be the only game choice, right? When hunting the Sky Palace was like, oh, you got to do Richard every run. We wanted the pirates to feel more rewarding, because they were actually much more challenging to do, right? You have to like, not only kind of like line up the double pirates, which, that's all you would need to do for Richard is line up the double loot cache. That's easy. Lining up double pirates, double loot cache, not hard to do. But then you need to like farm enough of the Kurds, and then you need to find, the right moment to kind of like go after the pirates, and you need to get enough of them to earn the ability to create a map. And then with the map, you need to like build a team to go and finish the map to get the jewel and other rewards from it. So like that has to be more rewarding in the end than just back-to-back Richard hunting all day, all the time, right? Because if that was the optimal strategy, it would be less exciting. Like, Dave and I were kind of like thinking about, Dave shared this epiphany he had, and I tend to agree with it, where it was kind of like, you know what, maybe we should have just like swapped the final pirate and treasure trove, because the final trove would have helped kind of like earning more more of the resources in order to hit Oculus 9, and then going after the maps and Cloudbeard would be more of kind of like that, like the like final challenge. So that would have made more sense. We didn't end up doing it that way. So hindsight, we always have a lot of hindsight, by the way. We tried to mask it, but that was kind of a realization that we had. However, the palace allowed us to kind of like, have these, things we realized and lessons learned, and kind of like, okay, so, the jewel system and the trap upgrades, we didn't really intend for the trap upgrades to feel so required. And I think the thing that we learned from kind of like the way that we display them was that like by putting those directly in the shop, it kind of makes it feel more like, no, you got to do that. However, I think for a lot of players, if a trap exists, it's a you got to do it kind of thing, right? So it's hard to kind of like be like, no, this like best in slot trap that exists, you don't need to, it's fine, don't worry about it. But of course, we are well aware that it's like, no, this is something people do want to do, so we want to make it a little more realistic. Obviously, the intention was always that like, no, like we want it to be a case where like you might farm up enough to do a few of the traps yourself, and then you might buy some from the marketplace, right? I kind of like always like that little mix of like, I want people to engage with other players and create an economy around stuff. And so, we did do that, but I think that, with the palace, we've kind of like made the rate of jewels a little more in tune with kind of like what would be ideal. So hopefully that works, because we did still design it in a way where like the input of jewels for the effort expended is more than fair, and the supply and demand should still remain quite high. So it's not like I would ever expect the jewels to just come crashing down like crazy. It's still a case of every single player is going to want those upgrades, and that's just a lot of jewels that don't exist in the game, because not every single hunter that is in the area has gotten multiple hundred jewels. Like go collect 300 jewels, do all the upgrades yourself, and then sell the rest to people who haven't done that. Good luck. That's never gonna be the case, I don't think, unless we like went crazy with dropping them. But we didn't. I think that we did put it in a place where it is reasonable to farm. If you're dedicated enough, you can do it. It'll still take a while, obviously, but so long as it's still fun to do. And again, like the upcoming map can be another element to kind of like, okay, maps are one of those things where it's like, okay, there's a little more dedicated effort, so the reward should be commensurate to that, right? So that's kind of another element of it. Like the more effort you put in, the more rewards you should be able to get. So with maximal effort, you should be able to do all the earning. eventually. It'll still take a while because areas take a long time to create, and we have, event season we always have to deal with, and there's a lot of fun stuff to do with that. All kinds of things we're grappling with a very small team. So yeah, we do need the areas to kind of like have a certain longevity to it, but I certainly wouldn't want it to be a case where it's exhausting and unfun. If areas get to that point, I think we've failed you. I would rather you enjoy the experience to the point where it's like, that was awesome, I love that, and okay, maybe I'll go find my own goal to occupy myself until a new area comes out, or you can, take a break and return when we have new stuff. That's also totally valid and healthy to do. I know tons of mouse hunters who go on hiatus and return when stuff comes around. Event season's a big draw for people who kind of like, they'll do the new content to a point. They don't necessarily fully complete things, but they got, what their joy out of it, and then they come back for event season, get tons of great rewards, use those kind of like rewards to help kind of complete previous things that they might have skipped out on. And that's totally a valid way to play. It's awesome. And, as long as we can keep delivering each time and bring them back, then I'm more than happy. But at the same time, I also hope that, the game is very rewarding and fun to be able to play every day. That is also the goal. I just don't want it to feel like it's like you're forced to and you're not having a good time. That would be awful. That's like the like gross kind of game design that I have zero respect for. Dark design, as people call it. No interest in kind of, because that's like basically abusive. Like if you're forcing someone to, play this game because it just requires it, but they're not having a good time, it's not worth it, but like they just feel like they have to. It's like, what's the point? Why do we want people to do that? We don't. So hopefully that is like how the game is for you in terms of kind of like, no, it feels justified to kind of hunt, and you feel okay kind of like taking breaks when you need it and coming back when there's stuff to engage you, that kind of stuff. It's important. Yeah, it's not exhausting and unfun. That's what we got Murday Market for. Yeah, there's certainly areas that are exhausting and unfun, and those are ones that I would love to make changes to. If we had infinite resources, I would definitely be addressing those. But until we have infinite resources, we'll just have to keep doing how we're doing. Okay, so I should probably get this lighting. I'm going to try, okay, so we're going on lunch in 15. I'm going to try and kind of like get the shadows and highlights implied before lunch. So I got a motor. I have been doing just kind of a lot of rambling and not actually painting. That's bad. I can do both. Okay, so I'm going to do a new layer here. So should I do... I think I'll do the highlight first. Yeah, you do need 50 storm cells for each trip into the palace. That is correct. And if you're unaware, the hazardous materials crate that Ronza provided, if you manage to get 200 chrome bits, that does contain 25 storm cells in it. So that's half of a run right there. I know that I'm I'm a bit weird. I like to kind of do that collection thing, so I've actually not opened mine. I'm kind of like, I don't know if I ever want to open it. Just kind of like have this ridiculously hazardous crate just sitting in my inventory. However, you can like lock in your launch console. So if you want, once you've unlocked the capability of it, you don't have to have all 50 storm cells to like start doing spins on it. And once you're kind of like a bit more strapped for resources potentially, like you're still kind of building up to your next run, and maybe let's say your cyclone stones are a bit low, you can kind of like do a little back and forth, maybe farming cheese while you're kind of trying to collect your storm cells, getting a couple of cyclone stones as you go, kind of lining up that run. And then, it is kind of designed so that if you had no resources and you kind of like did focused hunting, you should be able to kind of like set yourself up. It's a bit slower, of course, because you need to like farm your cheese. And if you're trying to roll a really specific palace, like if you're going full loot cache, that might cost more cyclone stones than you have on hand. So that is a little challenging. But it's very interesting how it's kind of like set up. And I think a lot of people have been doing speculation and kind of like theory crafting from a position of having loads of resources, right? So that's totally valid and fair and awesome, and it's designed for that, but it's also designed for when you have lower resources and to kind of like have different challenges at those moments. So I'm interested to see how the kind of like the way people play evolve as the area kind of continues, and people, maybe run low on cheese. Like, do you kind of like purchase from the market to get your cloud curd and craft that up, or are you going to now kind of like start doing more dedicated runs? Like, probably one of my favorite ones that I've seen is kind of like trying to find those high altitude, loot cache curd, so that when you come out of that, then it's like, okay, cool, I can make a batch of some of that extra rich. So these are things that like different hunters and different kind of like situations have to kind of like change their strategies, and that is the design that I like. So the flag being lower to the ground there, I want that shadow to kind of like be a little more impactful. I feel like, do I want to use like a lightener screen layer? Screen might be good because it kind of like totally washes it out. I'm thinking that might actually be the kind of lighting quality that I want, where it overexposes. That's the word I was looking for way back. Yeah, exactly. Like there are certainly hunters who will not run out of resources, but not all of us are that tactical and have that kind of prowess. So all the power to the people that can kind of like pull that off. That's super impressive. And what's always like wild, and I love it, and it still surprises me, even though it shouldn't, is when we kind of like look into kind of like what players are capable of doing, and it will always surprise us what people do, and how kind of like just impressive, honestly, some of the like things the players manage to pull off are actually. So that's like another thing about designing MouseHunt is there is no predicting mouse hunters, no matter what. Like we can do all of the math and like balancing and designing and like really, really, really dig into elements of kind of like how things will work. And there will always be mouse hunters that totally subvert our kind of like understanding of what is possible. That's just the reality. So we always kind of like do very intentional testing where it's just like, no, this is actually impossible. We are going to test for these scenarios just to make sure it doesn't break if someone manages to do this. And then like day one, it's like, oh, someone did this? How? That's, I guess, okay, cool. Well, good thing we like designed for that. Yeah. Okay, so. $35 to get 4 keys. I've definitely seen higher numbers than that. Definitely. I've done a lot of testing on the area too, so there is all kinds of, you know, like when there is randomness involved, and it is something that is quite rare, you get all kinds of kind of ranges of possibilities. So, yeah, rolling for troves is definitely one of those elements where you can get some really wide discrepancies. So, you know, if you're going to go for the fool run, just be aware it is indeed a gamble. You could very well come out with no extra jewels. Like, it's entirely possible. However, it is also true that it is possible to come out with, like, technically you could come out with like a dozen jewels. It is possible. Very unlikely. Very, 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 very unlikely, to the point that I shouldn't have even said that that's possible, but technically it is. But yeah. Do not expect to come out of the loot cache, pure loot cache run with extra jewels. Be surprised and delighted when you do, but do not go in with that expectation. It is a dangerous thing. And that mouse is named intentionally. 'Tis a fool's errand. However, I wish you luck. I know I'll be doing one of those runs soon, because I want to know how lucky I can get. Who knows? Maybe I will be the hunter that comes out with a dozen jewels. 9. That's wild. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Roxanne, that is how it goes. Like, the interesting thing that you should be aware of is, you know, like if you're looking at the Discord and watching kind of like how, you know, like incredibly valuable that run is. Be aware that the people that often share there are sharing like their awesome successes, right? So, you know, like people might not necessarily be sharing when they do a run and they don't end up with anything. Although I definitely notice when people do that, because it's very good to like share that knowledge and be like, please pity me, that was brutal. You know, like that's totally fair enough and respectful. Actually, when in testing, I remember I actually ended up with like 4 jewels from a run, but I didn't get any Empyrean troves. I just got those from like too high altitude, and I think one of them was from a low altitude trove as well. And that was pretty interesting. But yeah, exactly. Yeah, be aware that when you're looking at the loot channel, it can entirely be just like very, very biased. So I don't want people going in with an expectation that they're going to win the jackpot, right? Because that's kind of the design around the troves. Intentionally, we wanted there to be kind of like a fun, like, do I dare risk it and see if I hit the jackpot? Because it's fun. It's super fun. Like going in, trying to get a rib drop, and actually getting the rib drop is very satisfying, right? Very satisfying. But that's because it's so very challenging, very, very unlikely to happen, and that's what makes it so valuable, right? So just be aware that because it's so unlikely, that it is it's a danger, it's a risk. All right. Yeah, and like it's kind of one of those cases where it's like, okay, I do intend to do one of those runs because you want to unlock every single silhouette. Totally fair. That's a good goal. And maybe you're only intending to do one run against him ever. So it's kind of like, in that run, maybe that's when you pull out, like, the real big guns and just, like, make sure every single hunt is a catch kind of thing. Like, you could do it that way. And maybe you'll still get super unlucky. It's possible, right? But maybe you'll get crazy lucky. Maybe you'll get 9 Imperium Troves for real. I've seen 7. I think I missed the 9 one, but I believe it. Every single catch, technically, could be an Imperium Trove. And every single one of those could open up into multiple jewels. Like, you could, like, once you... like, this is, like, the danger of kind of, like, digging into kind of, like, probabilities. Actually, it's probably better to have a good foundation in probabilities, but technically, it's possible that, like, once you hit your third your third loot cache, technically, every single hunt you could catch a fool, and every single catch could drop an Empyrean Trove, and every single Trove could drop multiple jewels. It's never going to happen. The universe will, like, the heat death will happen before that does, but technically it's possible. Alright, so I did kind of get highlights and shadows roughly put in, so goal achieved-ish. I mean, Roxanne, you're right. Technically, it's possible to get all of the jewels you need from one 4-key run. It is technically possible. But it's more likely that you won't get any. Significantly more likely that you won't get any by, number bigger than comprehensible, obviously. But yeah, I think that it is, there is a good chance, it's balanced so that, yeah, okay, if you do a bunch of 4-key runs, you're definitely gonna kind of like, find some wins, and hopefully, if you get lucky, those big wins will make up for the losses along the way. So it's kind of like, we didn't stack the deck in the house's favor, right? It's not actually designed to be a casino. If you have the resources and can pull it off, if you do tons and tons of loot cache runs, theoretically, when things kind of average out, you should definitely be in a pretty good spot, right? And so like that's one of those kind of like really heavy resource versions of hunting style, right? So if you can do a ton of those, you'll probably get ahead on average, right? But if you want to play it kind of like, just you want clear, solid progression, doing the Empyrean seal runs is like, yeah, you can basically get 2 seals every run, just shy of 2, guaranteed, if you have a good enough setup, right? And then, going for the pirates, depending on kind of like how you rotate your resources, that's a whole thing to figure out. It's a lot of effort, right? You have to actually kind of like figure out a strategy, and generally with other people, right? But if you're willing to put in that level of effort, that's very, very like solid, guaranteed, collection of jewels. But it requires a significant, like, concentrated group effort to kind of like gain that kind of like benefit. And of course, like, even though you can kind of like generate maps effectively now, if you're kind of like setting yourself up for it, you still need to like hunt them through to kind of earn the rewards and stuff like that. So, like, it's a fantastic, reliable source of jewels, but it also does require a lot of kind of like strategies, right? So that's a whole other type of hunter that can kind of like pull that off and get insane benefits and gains from it. And then of course you can just kind of like be like super, casual and just kind of like, I don't do any maps. I don't like need to get all of the upgrades, and you know what? I'm low on charms, or I don't have the fully upgraded Oculus, or I want to get at least level 8 unlocked or whatever. There's like the very easy to roll up, ore glass and charm runs for those who are just kind of like, I could use these resources. They'd be quite useful to me. So that kind of player, I could totally see them just kind of like doing the 8 palace runs to kind of like get those completions and hopefully get all the power type characters, and essentially come out with a nice pile of charms and like an upgrade, or maybe 2, depending. But then it's kind of like, okay, cool. I'm happy. I've kind of completed my goals and I'm ready to move on to the next thing. And so they're probably quite a bit slower play anyways. So they're the kind of player that does not expect to 100% an area, and just kind of like, by the time they've kind of like completed these things, it's kind of like, cool, new stuff is ready to go. And hey, I got a decent upgrade for this one trap. Awesome, happy enough with that. And then later on, come back, do more farming, get more cool stuff. Probably mix in some events to kind of help with that. Like, that's one of the cool things about events, is they really do allow players to kind of like, okay, I've gotten what I need out of this area. I'm interested in doing something different. I'm going to move to another area. And then it's kind of like, I still wanted to like get this thing though, but another time I want to go do this other thing. That seems fun right now. That's a good goal for me. And then when event season comes, they can use those kind of like events to kind of like fill in some gaps they might have had, and then like jump back there and just kind of like crush it, and kind of like hit those goals. At least that's kind of like the idea behind what I'm hoping people can do. It's kind of like, I wish that event season wasn't like actually a season. It was kind of more like there was a perfectly even spread. But maybe it's a good thing actually that event season is kind of a solid block, because that does create a scenario where it's kind of like, okay, we're just working on event stuff. Okay, we're just working on permanent content. And if we were just kind of like constantly jumping back and forth, it'd be probably harder to keep momentum on things. Anyways, nice map. Yeah, Friday the 13th mouse.
unfortunately, did not end up doing that art today. That would have been clever, actually, though, with Halloween coming up. I probably could have done that. That would have been good. I didn't even think of that. Oops. Oh well. I think that this is going to be a really fun piece to finish. But it is lunch. 5 minutes past, so I gotta get that in my tummy. Yeah, exactly. Like, event season does last a long time, so there is definitely event fatigue that can happen too. So, you know, there is a balance that we need to continue to improve. Um, and we do want more capability of kind of like, okay, event season's here, we're working on making sure that that's really fun, rewarding, and exciting. But with minimal requirement from kind of developing stuff, at least every single year, because if we can do it right, uh, during event season, we want to be working on permanent content so that when event season ends, then it's kind of a case of like, all right, you know, give us like another couple of months and we're going to have this new thing ready to go because we were working on it already during event season. Since a lot of those are kind of like, okay, we only need to do like a couple of tweaks. So I don't know. So far, it seems to be going okay, and now we have more resources available to us, so it should be even easier going forward, more possible. So, all right, I saved. I'm gonna switch to lunch mode. Lunch mode activate. And yeah, I'll see you at 2 o'clock. It is currently 1:06. I'll put up a timer for when I return. And once I return, I will have a Larry link for you all. But yeah, lunch mode activate.
Hello. Some amusing chat going on in Discord. All right. So, we're back from lunch, and it's time for a little Larry Link for those who stick around. All right, let me just grab that. And popping it into the chat. Hello, Charlie. Make sure that this is actually the correct link. Yes, I believe it is. Back in time to do a little retreat. And I'm like, on low altitudes, just keeping an eye out for when I can get extra curds. So might as well. I'm feeling like I'm going to be depleting my curds quicker than I gain them if I keep this up. So I'll take that. I'll roll later. It'll be my high altitude. Great. Right. So once we left off, we had just kind of dropped some light into this here scene, and so what I'm thinking we want to do is keep pushing this. So one thing that I like to do with like really intense light, where it overexposes, is right at the terminator of where that light falls off into shadow. I like to basically just make a really saturated edge. And I think that, I'm not sure where this kind of like element comes from. It might actually be something that you see with the naked eye, but part of me feels like it's something that can happen with cameras, because a lot of like artistic choices that I make are actually because of interesting limitations of camera lenses and stuff like that. And it feels like the way that like light can bleed in kind of like certain situations, maybe that like saturated edge comes from the like overexposed area having the bloom of light kind of bleeding into that area of shadow, and the way that it picks up is basically it's just taking like the color that exists there and just like really saturating it. I don't know. I need to do like some more kind of like studies around kind of like these elements. So that might be a bit strong. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my smudge tool and just kind of like pull it from that edge and like peel it back. So it's kind of like more gradual, but I like the intensity. It might be better as maybe a little more yellow. Let's see. Well, I like the warmth in it, because the warmer it is, the more these kind of already warm shadows have a little bit of coolness to them, but they're still like totally in the warm kind of spectrum. And then the sky is definitely quite cool by comparison. So we'll play around with all of these elements. Yeah, Hollywood realism versus realism is absolutely right. Basically, you know, going into a film where there's space battles, you shouldn't hear anything because there's no atmosphere for sound waves to propagate. But, you know, what's more fun and exciting? Big howling engines and explosions and lasers making cool noises and like flyby sound effects of air swooshing and crazy stuff like that, or just like the sound of like the
the spaceship like hull kind of like deforming from, you know, pulling G's and just kind of like, you know, rippling the air inside of that kind of cockpit or something like that. And like that's the only, you know, sound of like its own machinery. Like I don't know. I think it could be really cool actually, personally. But I think, you know, Hollywood expects something different. So, and I would probably enjoy the kind of crazy explosions and cool sounds more than kind of like the realistic. At least for like a battle scene or something like that. It's just like no. Give me the crazy, you know, unrealistic stuff. Yeah, it's fun. I guess it depends on what it is. And MouseHunt is whimsical and wacky, and so anytime we can push elements, it's just fun to be able to do. But yeah, like just adding extra kind of artistic flair is certainly not unwarranted. So another thing about some of these, the shadows and stuff like that, is it's going to be getting tons of bounce light, like the sand reflecting light everywhere. So much photon action going on here that the surfaces that are facing towards the floor are just going to be like lit up with all this like warm light casting off of the sand. So we're really going to have very little area where there's like really intense shadow. It's just going to be like where it's like really occluded, like right at the very underside of the rock, just barely in there. But like this little kind of like, I don't know, outcropping of stone with the sand pouring off of it, that's just going to be completely, you know, lit up with kind of bounce light. I think I might actually merge these layers soon, because I want to kind of like mix and match little elements. That can be a little bit hard to do when I have kind of 3 different layers to jump around between. I should probably make sure I get all the edges first, so that that effect is everywhere I need it to be. It's also kind of like, you know, where and when is the best time to kind of like add this overexposure or the super saturated edge or whatever. I feel like it's probably the areas where there's like a really like hard edge to the light, that like, you know, cast shadow, versus it maybe kind of like sloping away. Maybe it doesn't have it there. I don't actually know. I'm making loose guesses without any kind of theory behind it that backs it up, because I'm actually not totally sure what causes this, if it's even an accurate thing. I still have a lot to learn about light, always. Alright. Well, I'm thinking the sketch layer needs to get pulled down more, because it's still kind of impacting how I'm seeing things really significantly. And most things are pretty well blocked in. Like if I hide the sketch completely, I can kind of see what everything is about. The only thing I'm really missing is those kind of Murray blocks, if we're going to kind of go that route, which I think we will. But that's something that can be added on top after the fact, so that's fine. I'm not worried about that. Bronzy color, yeah. Maybe I need to kind of like, I don't know. I kind of feel like this is good for sand.
I feel like it should be really kind of tight to the actual light. No. I think one thing that I don't want it to do is be darker on that edge, actually, and that was kind of like for a moment it did that. And that's why I did the bleed on it, but now that I've chosen a color that doesn't go darker, but I guess it did just here, now I'm kind of like, maybe it should be closer to that fine edge. Like I feel like there's maybe too much of that going on right here. Like maybe the fall off isn't strong enough to warrant that overbleed. But this cast shadow kind of makes sense. These I like, kind of like having it drop off like that. I'll just kind of tighten it up a little bit more there. That feels darker though, and I don't think it should be darker at all. Technically isn't looking at the value, but it feels like it is. So that doesn't quite work. If I grab this and switch to a luminosity brush, what does this do? So it lightens it up, and it's still, yeah, that feels better, I think. Like it's brighter, but it's still very saturated. It actually looks completely different between these screens, so I need to reference how it looks on my main monitor over here, which I look at the least. So zoom in enough to see it. Yeah, that feels better than where it was before. So I'm actually going to apply this luminosity to all of it. Just kind of brighten it up a bit, but still keeping that color and saturation where it is. I think that is definitely a good thing. Okay, so what I also want to do is the sky background. So first of all, the banner is like incredibly dark compared to the rest of the scene, and I think that needs to brighten up. We get a lot of bounce light on the back side of it from the sand below it, and although the contrast being the highest in the center where the text is good because we want to draw attention to it, I think it doesn't need to be like this level of intense, because like it's not bad. It's a fine kind of like composition even, but I don't know, it feels a little too extreme for me right now. So I'm going to merge all the sand and lighting and background stuff into one. So now I can kind of like do a little more cleanup on it. Like I want this shadow to be more gradual, kind of, because like the slope is more sharp on the top, like the way the sand dunes have been kind of blowing and kind of cresting, but then as it trickles down, it kind of slopes out. So we have a more gradual kind of like shadow there that the light is kind of rolling across. So that's good. The far edge, I feel like with this level of heat and just dust in the air and stuff like that, and just sun beating down, I feel like we're gonna have a lot of like atmosphere that kind of like stuff really far away is kind of being kind of obscured by it. So this kind of edge back here, I'm just gonna just bleed that into the background. And like any of that kind of like definition, I feel like needs to fall away a bit. Might have been a bit too much there, but
it does kind of feel like there is a bit of wind kind of picking up the sand and blowing it around a bit. If anything, that shadow needs to kind of like be influenced by the bluish sky. So we can kind of do a little bit of that too. Yeah, basically any of the shadows would just kind of be overpowered effectively by all this light. Okay, that's a layer above. Yeah, that one. Just get that so that it's behind. Cool. That seems alright. Maybe I'll just give a little bit of haze to that boulder back there because we can just pretend that's super far away. And then same with that edge right there. There we go. Some of that detail is just kind of like lost in that heat wave kind of, you know what I'm talking about. There's just so much heat coming off of the rocks and the sand and stuff that the air is actually kind of like effectively bending the light because of the different densities. This will be like very saturated, like we'll keep the brightness, we're going to go more saturated just because it's got like so much bounce light under it. You will kind of like have these come closer together here. You just kind of get like almost a wave of sand. If that makes any sense, I don't know. I feel like that could happen with the different kind of like surfaces under the sand. Maybe there's some stone down there like hiding out underneath all this. This is probably going to get covered, so I don't want to go too distracting. Like if I do that kind of like the stonework from the market going along the top or at the bottom of this frame, it's probably just going to have like a little bit of this peeking out, so I don't want to put all that detail there and then have to kind of effectively get rid of it. Okay, so we could do stuff with the stones next. So these, I want it to be like a different kind of like material than the sand itself. So we're going to go kind of a little more slate with it. We'll get maybe more of the sky kind of color within it, and we're going to do that as the first shadow pass, and then we're going to do like bounce light on it, right? So kind of like a cooler local color than the sand itself, and then these are like in the shadow there, so they can kind of like just have more shadow on them. That one might actually get some decent shading. These are going to probably get some good bounce light because we're seeing kind of the side facing towards the hill that is just like directly being blasted with light. Cool, so that seems fine. The one back here, although it would have its own shadow, I'm just gonna like not even touch that because all the shadows have like, you know, not being able to like have come through the atmosphere. Instead of anything that like, you know, provides bounce light and light, that's gonna be what travels, and so it kind of like bleeds from all the haze and stuff like that, and kind of will like, you know, hide all those shadows, and so lights will kind of come towards us, but not the shadows, which are just lack of light, really, anyways. Okay, so let's see. We're gonna. What kind of rock are you? And then if you have sand below and it is bouncing its own light against your surfaces, what color would you reflect the reflection of sand? Let's see. That's too dark though. So maybe this. I do need that to be quite a bit lighter still. Or the shadow down here needs to be darker. Ooh, a little bit of flame shard idea going on. I like it. I like it. Okay, that is at least not too dark. So now we can kind of have I got some weird, difficult to look at because it's like the same value as everything else, but like the saturation and color is different, so it's kind of wonky looking. That should be fixed when I actually kind of like bring in the more proper shadow. So that's not going to get nearly as much bounce light as these ones, which are going to be basically entirely bounce light. And then also hitting these with like the actual the sun's highlights will kind of like play a part in this. Okay, so I'm going to pull back up here a bit. So I want to have like more texture happening on this specific rock. I feel like it's kind of like an interesting maybe showpiece in the scene. The way it stands out is a little more interesting. So let's go quite a bit darker into the blues, and that's going to be too dark maybe. Probably too dark, yeah. But and we'll blend these a bit. Okay, and then this casting a proper shadow onto the sand. And again, it's only including the light just directly under it, because there's just so much scattering going on between everything. Yeah, hopefully that it has like almost like an iron kind of like, you know, rust deposit feel to it. I want it to kind of feel like there's maybe some resource to claim here or something like that. Also, I think this needs to slope further in because the way this kind of dune is positioned, maybe something like that. And is that cast shadow working or not?
So I think, although this is kind of like a hard-edged shadow, I'm not quite getting the angle of the light here. So I'm going to pull this in quite a bit. Quite a bit, in fact. It would be more like, maybe more like that. I mean, I didn't actually like point out the light angle for myself, which was kind of a mistake. Generally, that is a very useful thing to do for yourself when you're kind of doing any illustrating where you're rendering light. So that would be useful. Yeah, I feel like there's probably going to be more bounce light on this. Like where depending on what the surface texture is like, if it's like a fairly smooth, polished stone, which might make sense in a, you know, a desert that has like wind blowing sand all the time, you could totally imagine that it would like abrade surfaces and effectively sandblast things and smooth them out. So with that, you might get a little more reflectivity on these surfaces because it's smoother, it's polished. And then in that case, you get kind of like the Fresnel light happening where at like really steep angles, more light is bounced off a surface, right? So like at the edge of this big boulder, I can imagine there would be even more light, and like it's effectively reflecting the scene behind, right? Just kind of like showing how bright the sand is by lighting up the underside so much. But this is also a nice opportunity to like give texture to this too, right? Where there's kind of like the surface kind of like transition, you can change kind of like what the light is doing there, and that just implies the different planes nice and easily. So, maybe it's kind of like got like grains of mineral kind of growing on it, or when it formed, kind of like had a little bit of a something like that. And then you get brighter here with the kind of the blue sky above. Like it might actually be kind of a really warm light too, but kind of like the blue. And it's like totally dependent on what the material is, or the way it would like, what kind of colors it would bounce. So I'm just trying to imply something that maybe has kind of like a lot of almost randomness to the, or variety to what it's made up of, and it can kind of bounce a whole lot of different colors, and it's got a lot going on, I guess. Some richness in that. Again, there'd probably be tons of bounce light here. Of course, I don't want the bounce light to be brighter than the material that is bouncing the light onto it. That would be kind of wild for it to be that efficient at scattering light, but that looks kind of cool. I think the sand isn't really interacting with it in a way that works, but it looks like a rock in a desert, maybe. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool to put like a slash or like a crack on it. Like there was battle that happened on top of it and it took recent damage. That would actually be kind of cool. And with like a slash or a crack, that could go deep enough that the light isn't kind of like able to, wash it out. It goes like we may get some real good shadow in there. However, with so much light in the scene, like bleeding into the scene, I could imagine you can only get a certain level of like darkness in any part of it, right? And this is definitely like a camera thing where we're basically, what is it, the ISO um, of like kind of a photograph or camera device. I don't actually know the terminology, and this is kind of like how I interpret information about it. But essentially, there's kind of like, a certain range that, like the camera can kind of like pick up, and it could be tuned to be lighter, it could be tuned to be darker, but it's only, it's kind of gamut is only so wide. I'm probably using all the wrong concepts and terms, so forgive me if I'm completely off with this. But essentially, if you have like a really bright scene, your darks can't be like pure dark. I guess there's like HDR, like uh, high definition range. No, SLR. I don't know. I don't know any of the terms. I really need to like do a course on photography. To be honest, I think I would learn a ton for illustration purposes if I did a photography course. But because like all these kinds of things about like lenses and like the like limitations of camera, like I want to apply more of that into my illustration stuff. Um, anyways, the human eye also has kind of like a limited range anyways, so it kind of still applies, but um, I never want to do an illustration that is realistic where there is like pure brightness and pure darkness. I want to kind of like clamp that somewhere, you know, so there's kind of like a little more harmony. And it works for certain images, absolutely. But yeah, so this, even though like we might have cleaved the stone and you can peer way down into it and there's like no way any light is actually like going right into the crack, even though you'd be surprised. Just the light of the scene surrounding it is just going to kind of like overtake the darkest portions that maybe no light is bouncing to your eye from that exact spot, but light is still kind of bouncing from all over and it's overwhelming your senses. And so those darks can't possibly be that dark because it's just too bright overall. That's kind of how I think of it. Yeah. No, I absolutely feel like I would be like, my mind is expanding if I did a photography course. It's something I should do. Because, like, I'm totally interested in those concepts, but I don't actually know them properly. I kind of have just guesses at them. And, like, to understand, like, how photographers think about these things would actually totally, I could use that information, I believe. Definitely. All right, so there we have a rock with like, it's got like a gouge in it, but I'm not sure if it was just like cracked. Like here it feels more like a crack if I kind of like have that splitting. But I also kind of wanted it to feel like it's battle damage, like a slash is kind of cool too. So, I don't know. That feels like it could be more battle damage, I guess. Not sure if it quite, I guess. It just kind of doesn't feel like it makes as much sense. Maybe if there was like another one that kind of like parallels it, it's kind of like, well, that's unnatural. So suddenly that isn't like, is something that something did this to the rock, right? So that feels a little more intentional. And like if there was like, now we're just, this poor rock, we're just scarring it up. If there was like, you know, like an X, like that's kind of more intentional. I don't know. Kind of thinking I liked the crack. This way you can kind of just like decide what did this. Is it a nature taking over? Or is there like a battle right on the top of this and the weight of like something crashing into it split the rock there? Okay. They're denying that that's just massively kind of broken now. Having that kind of like the crest of the dune peeking out from behind it now. It's like, oh no, this is going to topple over any moment now. Like that. It feels very precarious, which I think is fun. Okay, so I'm actually good with that one. I want to do a little more to the rest of the stones. This is kind of the render level I want to take things to, though, which is pretty high. So looking at the time, looking at what we've accomplished, I'm kind of like, oh, we might not actually get this done today. But yeah, another nice thing about having this kind of like gouge out of it is being able to kind of like have this blur and the sharpness interrupting here just kind of like really pops that out, which maybe is a bad thing, but I like it. It's just interesting. Yeah, draws the eye. If we look at this in grayscale, it's not as intense as the banner, but like it's getting close. And so what we might want to do is, let's see, can I just do a layer on top, make this a luminosity layer? This is probably going to look terrible, but okay, so what I'm thinking is trying to kind of like bring this composition where kind of like almost vignettes, I guess. It's kind of, I don't know how it will work with kind of like the intense light hitting these hills over here. I can kind of manage to come up with ways to kind of like have this smooth transition of dark to light. And I don't know if it's necessary. I'm just kind of like, what would this do? If there was kind of like this gradient happening. Smooth this out a bit. Let's see what that does. I mean, it kind of feels like there's this sandstorm kind of like, you know, rolling in at the edges of our vision, maybe. So that's kind of interesting. Like a battle is literally happening around us. There's just like fighting and sand being kicked up, so that's kind of neat. Let's see what that does in color. So also it's like really, you know, it feels like a bad camera took this picture. So there's probably better ways to like push this composition really. well, let's see. Because I don't want this stone to be standing so stark and just kind of like out of the ordinary. What I'm thinking is just more of this material, like all over here, right? Like a building came down, almost. And this, maybe not so bad. I actually might kind of like have these stones kind of like lean into the brightness of the sand and kind of like fall together that way. So like over here, everything kind of comes together in shadow. Over here, everything comes together in light. That might do it. And then if needed, the backdrop, I could like change the contrast, like if I want it bright and bright, or like dark sky and bright ground and bright sky and dark ground. I could do that using kind of like, you know, rolling, not clouds, but like dust in the air, sand or whatever, or just do a gradient however I want anyways, because I can. Okay. Yeah, so I think over here I'm just going to like have more of this texture. Just kind of everywhere. And that'll kind of create like different area to this. So like over here it's kind of like a rock pebble like covered beach kind of quality, and over here it's like really sand swept, and these stones are being covered with, you know, all that, I guess. Yeah, well, it is one of those kind of like scenes where the more I mess around, the more I'm kind of like, oh, this is just fun. I'll figure it out as I go. Alright, so this here, the actual shadow here, I just want to like merge a little closer. It's even more precariously going to fall suddenly. Very ready to topple over, this stone is. So just kind of thinking of how this gradual slope is, I kind of want to change the shape of this shadow. Just want it to feel more like it's on incline. Sure. I think I'll come back to that near the end anyways, once I've kind of like figured out all the other stones. So I still feel like the sand behind it maybe would pile up a little differently on it. I'm not totally sold on the angle of the shadow that I gave it anyways, so I want to return to that later. And even just doing like a different background color might change how I feel about it. So there's no sense in taking this to 100% when the rest is currently at like 40%. Rather get everything to like 80% and then see if I can do anything to get it all to 100. Ooh. Apparently I'm very thirsty. Alright, so I want more stones. That's what I want. Let's get more stones. And let's just pop this sketch up real quick. So I like the concept of this being like a whole lot of like rubble almost everywhere, right? But the sand is kind of like overtaking it, or will be overtaking it. Currently, it's kind of like mostly on top of the sand, but that's going to change over time. On the right, we maybe had some kind of, structure or something, but the sand has overtaken that. Over here, this is more recent. So stuff is kind of like jutting out and fresh. So we're going to have more jagged kind of like pieces, so they're less weathered. And there's just more of it, so it hasn't had time to get buried effectively. And again, we're doing this to kind of like bring this contrast into a certain point. So part of what we can think about is there's like all kinds of ways to kind of play with composition and leading the eye and stuff like that. Obviously, contrast, like the values are incredibly powerful for that. Like this dark a banner on that bright a scene, it's just your eye is like snapped to that. This kind of like, the way the boulder is sticking out of the dune and the angle and the kind of like the values there draws a lot of attention. There's a lot of negative space for such an interesting kind of thing to catch your eye. And I want to push that down and make it like less kind of like a hero of the scene, less attention drawn solely to itself. And one way to do that is to create kind of like noise that it kind of like falls into. So kind of creating a lot of these nearby kind of helps make it less unique. But I don't want to make it not interesting at the same time. I just don't want to make it the thing that your eye gets stuck on, right? I want you to like be like, ooh, that's a nice looking rock, but also I'm going to look over here now, and my eye is going to dance around and see all kinds of stuff. So there's other things that you can do for composition purposes, and one of them is kind of like just variance in the size of things. So if there's like a bunch of little tiny things and then one big thing, that one big thing's suddenly important. Or if there's a bunch of really big things and one little thing, that little thing stands out, right? And then there's also things like rhythm, kind of like, like having a whole bunch of the element kind of repeat with little variance in it. That's like interesting to see. If it's too repetitive, it looks artificial and like bad. Not always though. I mean, like these are all like, know the rule to be able to break the rule kind of stuff, which I don't know the rules very well. I don't use them enough to like play around with them. But I think that if you want kind of like some interest in it, you want to have a nice variety of sizes and shapes and rhythm and contrast, so that there is a range of all these things to take in, so that it's all kind of interesting. And if it's all interesting, none of it's interesting. Not quite, but I used to think that like when you're kind of like drawing random things, like pebbles and stuff are random. Why would you want to plan every single stone and stuff like that in a scene? It would make sense that they're kind of random and haphazard, and like the more random, the more organic, or something like that. but I don't actually think that's ideal when designing because, you know, you actually do want to kind of like make the eye do specific things and look in specific ways and kind of have something that feels nice to look at. So, is that not drawing? There we go. So I used to be like, the less I think about where to put things, the better it'll be. But now I'm like, no. You definitely want to like place things with intention. You know, like I'm purposely putting these small ones around these bigger ones to kind of like create that interesting difference between them. And I don't want everything kind of like so evenly spread, you know, like it actually feels more random when you really kind of like try to make them, you know, like grouped up and not grouped up and stuff like that. Like when I was younger, it's like if you were to write down, you know, 100 coin tosses, but you were making it up, there's a good chance you would actually like, you know, be like, oh no, I've done too many tails. I should probably throw in some heads every once in a while and like, you know, make it a nice even spread. But like you could probably look at two different lists of someone trying to create a random list and like an actual true random list and be like, you could probably guess what one is the made up one. This randomness is crazy like that. To have like a bunch of moments where there's just like 8 in a row of one thing. No, don't know. Not even sure where I'm going with this, but at any rate, what I do want is just kind of like create enough stuff here for there to be this kind of like almost pattern of it, but it's not a pattern. You know what I'm saying? It's the post-lunch Jacob where he stops making any sense at all. Alright. Yeah. Like, to really get this feeling random, I have to like really intentionally design it. Yet, I was just saying that you can't like get a really good sample of randomness by just kind of making it up. Okay. Yeah, but I want there to be this kind of like gradient of like bigger stones at the bottom. Down here, and then kind of like up the dune, they get kind of smaller and lighter, and maybe more buried. So like if there's kind of like some sticking up, sand is kind of like overtaking it a little bit there. But I'm also placing these where there's kind of like these shapes that I want to control. So I'm going to lead the eye and say, hey, okay, you can look over here for a second, but I want you to look over here next. It's by like making breadcrumbs like here. If I kind of like create enough here that there's like almost this noise, it'll make it easier to look away because the contrast isn't as high, right? Where there is high contrast, your eye is going to be interested in perceiving it. It is how humans work. Contrast comes in many different flavors. So I'm actually like drawing on the tablet right now as if it is kind of like a not a screen that you draw on, like an actual tablet. So I'm looking up at this the OBS watching up here, and I don't know why. I don't normally draw with this method, but for some reason, working on what I'm working on, I'm kind of enjoying that. Okay, so very thin one. We get like a medium right here, and this one over here is a large. So let's make it even larger to make it a proper large. Supersize it. I like these visually overlapping, but I want to imply that they're separate. So having kind of like the sand built up between them here helps to imply that. Okay, so they still overlap, but that little crest of sand is just enough to say, hey, these aren't the same. And so we have this slope, and by having kind of like the stones kind of like looking like they're climbing up it, it kind of like makes your eye go up here. Here and little one there. I kind of feel like it's interesting. Is that the same layer? Yes, it is. Of course it is. I think I'm gonna make this its own layer, so I can keep doing the rocks behind it. So here, I kind of feel like maybe there's like a landing here. So like this slopes down, and this kind of like crests down this way. But like right here is kind of like a little bit of a flat for this hill. So I actually think that like having kind of a nice pile of debris here is kind of like a way we can show that. And it's kind of like the sand is maybe starting to kind of overtake a bunch of this. So it's like a nice big bundle of rocks or rubble or whatever. The sand is now just starting to kind of blow on top of. And we'll knock this back too, I think, because I want the spear to still stand out, but by kind of having this here, it kind of makes the spear less significant, which is good. I want to like find some kind of middle ground for all these things. So I haven't worked like this in like well over a decade, where I'm like not actually looking at the screen that I'm drawing on. Kind of interesting. Okay, so I can do like, I again, sharper edges on things because they're more recently damaged. But I kind of want to bring the eye over to the collar here, right? If we bring it down to kind of like the bottom edge of the collar, it kind of loops back into the scene. So a bunch of these rocks can be jutting out towards it. All right. Thinking that's getting where it needs to be. Not sure if this is gonna stay the like brickwork I want to put around it, but thought maybe something right there might look neat. Nice and big. Okay. So that feels very pebbly, very kind of like do not walk through here with bare feet. You will not have a good time. Cut up the bottom of your feet and be very miserable. Okay, and I want there to be this kind of like flow here. So little breadcrumbs over here. Sure. Alright, I think I'm good with that. Let's take a look with the color, not that it makes too much of a difference. So I want this stuff back here to fall off. The scale of things is not too clear and or good. So I'm going to give this a save. And we're going to do something we haven't done with this piece yet, and do a little flipperoo. Just to kind of like see this for the first time, basically. And already things feel off, so I know that there's stuff to improve upon, which is good. Just need to be able to identify what it is. So I think I want this kind of gradient to be even more apparent, where it like actually starts with everything kind of like covered by it, and it kind of like reveals itself away, as opposed to kind of like there is a gradient, but like it kind of peters out before the edge. I would rather it all be stone, like a little bit of sand kind of pooled here and there on top of it. Yeah. And again, we can kind of like just change this part here using the brickwork, but I kind of like this. It feels more intentional.
that come off the frame. And I think that's fine. Okay, so this one, I want these stones to actually kind of like fall into the same kind of like light quality. So this one is going to have the most shadow out of any of them. And use. I'm going to grab this and bring it over here. And that. Okay, so I could give this kind of like direct light, which kind of would make sense. I still haven't really kind of like locked down on the really specific angle of things, so my bad, I should have, but did not. If it's doing this, it would actually be kind of casting shadow. I think that kind of works. Cool. Okay. And now, So again, the scale here might not work so good. Okay, so we have the spear. That's a reference point. It is fairly close to us. This dune appears to travel back quite far. The slope maybe could be a little bit more specific. Showing kind of like how this hill back here relates to this. This one is definitely in front of the other. And if I do that, that means that collar is gigantic, which is good. That's what actually we want to convey. But I also think we could do a little bit of blur, especially if this dune is blurred right here. These are just even further away, right? In which case, if that's all kind of like hazy, this collar is probably also, right? It's just as far away. In which case, this could be working against us slightly. This might be harder to convey what this even is. Right? It's like we could move it onto this hill or something. Like just slide this spear into a different position where it might complement the actual composition better. Like the spear does kind of create this division. It splits these two things, and they're also like evenly spaced, which is another kind of like composition thing to work on. There's like the same kind of negative space between these three elements, and the spear is like perfectly in the middle, and because it's perfectly in the middle, it like creates this weirdness about it. So what I'm thinking is if I move, I guess I could merge the top of the spear into the bottom of the spear. Okay, if I move the spear, even just like making it off center from the balance is enough, but kind of thinking maybe it could serve better in a different position if it was on this side and flipped or something like that. Why did it undo that? Why is it undoing? I'm just trying to hide. Huh. Photoshop. Why? Okay, wow. I think I see what happened. Anyways. Alright. Not what I want. Negative 100. Keep it transformed done. Alright, so if I move this around, maybe find a spot that is more useful in. Thunk. Someone threw it and missed. Don't forget to shave indeed. You do need to have a good shave regularly. Let's do that. Shall we? Shall we? I mean, the scale of it is another, like, if I move it up in the scene, suddenly it's gigantic. Okay. I don't like
any of these placements currently. We'll do that. That's not terrible, to be honest, because it kind of like, there's this like wedge. You like kind of spring back into that. This, no good there. Right, I gotta shave though. Hang on. This might be okay, but we don't need 2 spears to be honest, so I'll just get rid of that right now. Shaving, and I'm actually gonna take a quick break. So I will BRB. Just give me like 2 minutes. There we go. Okey-dokey. And we're back. Sorry about that. Alright, so I'm thinking I almost want to put the banner on like its own like platform, where essentially this is kind of like foreground, and this is like midground, and like background back there, right? In which case, that might work. Could do this. Could do this. If I want to. Photoshop, please behave. Okay, I'm going to do a layer above here. Hello? Just let me change my brush size. Okay. It's not lucky to do that. Not that. Alright, well. Don't know why it's not letting me change. It's so annoying when it does this. Sometimes it happens when we like are selecting the layer type. Okay. Hitting enter fixed it. Sure. Why not? So this is just kind of like dipping down into a valley here, right? Maybe even like a nice kind of more shaded area down here. It's kind of interesting, maybe. Right, and then now to kind of like have this again stand out as its own little platform. It's kind of sticking out here like so, I guess. I don't know if I like this or not, but I wanted to see what it would do. And like if I do that kind of like stonework, around the journal itself, this kind of probably get covered up, at least the bottom part. So I'm not sure this gives me any kind of benefit for anything. However, kind of like the maybe like bringing this, dipping that down even more is kind of interesting. Like it feels like we're maybe higher up on top of, you know, a king of the hill kind of expanse or something like that. Is that good? I don't know. I don't know. Let's give it a flip back to where it was originally. See if this kind of reads. Yeah, it doesn't quite read. Like, this has, like, just some chasm there. And this kind of flows into it. So this feels way further in the background than these elements. I'm not... No, I don't think I like this after all. Okay. But I will keep parts of it. And by parts of it, I mean basically just the stuff back here. And then just kind of feather the edge of it, I guess. No. It's running lower on time. You know, I was like, surely I'll be able to do this today. Now I'm questioning that. So I just want to get so much minute detail into it. Yeah, exactly. I think right now these need to fall back. And like the elements back here as well would benefit from that. Yeah, I think that might actually be the ideal way to kind of resolve that. Also, when did this move? Back when I was messing with the spear, I suspect. Cool. I think that's where it should be. The spear, however, maybe you... If I move it closer there, actually I'm going to scale it up. If I move it further, scaling it down... Yeah, you know what, maybe I want it scaled down. Maybe that might be okay. think I like that. That feels a little more scaled appropriately, and then I like it passing over kind of stuff that's a little more out of focus. And this kind of like wedge here interests me. Just that kind of like the rocks are kind of scooping along here. This kind of tip of the spear lines up with this kind of flow. And you kind of like get this kind of like where your eye follows this, does that. So I like that. Things feel like there's an interesting rhythm of shape and kind of distance between stuff. Again, the scale feels a little bit more appropriate. I still think it's way off, but whatever. Things in MouseHunt don't scale at all. The reality of the unrealistic game. Okay. Now. Yeah, that's another thing. It doesn't really compete with anything. That's a good point. Okay, so I'm good with that. And now these rocks here, I think just want to make them a bit hazier. Actually, I'm kind of curious, just based off of the idea of there being bright sand, the kind of like wind-blown sand, I kind of want the bottom portion of this to be a little hazier, like the wind is kind of like passing over those portions a little bit more than it is the very top. Right? But then the shadows, because there's less light information, I feel like those being hazier. Again, guys, Photoshop, please, just let me change the size of my brush. Why do you do this to me randomly? Okay, I figured out. To like get the brush control back, first you need to go and select the same layer property, and then hit Enter, reselect the brush, scale it to what you need. So easy. Thanks, Adobe. So easy. All right. Yeah. I think that the shadows kind of like losing detail first is kind of cool. And then kind of like the idea of like the haziness of the sand blowing around here, kind of is cool too. And like the further back it is, the more of this kind of like dust in the air obscures those shadows. Yeah. Sure, why not? Seems justifiable. I know, it's insane. It drives me up the wall. The only time like I know I can do anything about it is when, you know, the layer property has that like blue around it. I'm like, oh, it is waiting on, you know, me being able to kind of like use the arrow keys to change layers and then hit Enter to confirm. So that makes sense, kind of. But then, like, when it just happens and it's not that situation, I don't know what kind of input it's locking me out for, right? Why lock up the
bracket keys for scaling your brush. I don't know what else those should be trying to do. They kind of only have one purpose, especially when I wish I could disable the other hotkeys that the bracket keys work for, such as switching what active layer you're on. Actually have, you know, third-party software just to get rid of that happening. This drives me insane. Alright, so this one, I'm gonna like lose some of that kind of color quality around it, and let some of the shadow happen here, and we're getting some pretty cool shadows because we're kind of like facing away from the light source, but it's relatively far away. I don't know if we're going to make this read very well, considering all the stuff we've done to the rest of the scene. Might not work. Yeah, there's also this kind of like feeling of like we're looking kind of like down on this really sloped dune here, and then suddenly this feels like it's in a different kind of like perspective altogether. So this moving to here feels wonky. So what might help with that is just adjusting these stones so we're kind of looking down at it a bit more. Instead of feeling like our eye level is like close to the bottom of those, and we're kind of looking down onto the pile. That's a significantly different angle. So let's take a step back after this and assess if that was a good direction or not. And like our horizon is way low too, because I just kept eating away at that to get that blue under the banner, but I actually think maybe I'll bring that back up. Maybe that wasn't too useful. There's this kind of like focal change where I feel like out here we're like taking in a scene, you know, from a distance, and then here we're getting real up close and kind of like, you know, we're seeing the underside of this banner, which that's another kind of like crazy perspective shift, right? Like, I mean, it is leaning back, so that helps with the reasoning behind that, but maybe that's not actually too useful. I still want just a smidge of that blue to come out underneath, so that works. Just kind of feather that edge. Alright, so with it leaning back that hard, that's okay, but I think we need to kind of do something to really help with it feeling like it's leaning back properly. So maybe more of this light. Yeah.
Ah, yet again. Wrong layer strikes again. Okay. This is the layer I meant to be on. And I think the banner color itself is not quite right. So if I merge that, then we can just kind of do some sliding around. Those rocks are interesting, changing color like that. So if we up the saturation and the brightness, this is still like good value. Where it's brightest, I actually want the saturation to be lower. I do feel like overall it would be brighter. There's just so much light in the scene. And also the shadows I actually want to make way more red. Like there's kind of like some light passing through the banner and like affecting the light going through it. So if I saturate this more, at least the shadows are getting where I want them to be, but like the actual areas in highlight are way too punchy. So pull that down significantly. It's like a little too pink though. This might be a tough one to find just the right kind of balance of stuff. Kind of like getting some of the fiery colors in this. This is way too saturated right now, though. Now what do we want to do with the text? The black on it is pretty decent, but actually I wonder what else would look good. Oh my goodness, yeah. No, go sleep. For sure.
Thank you for hanging out, though. Much appreciated. It's going to be slow going anyway, so, you know, it'll take a while. I don't think we're finishing it today. Even. Still tons to do with this bottom frame. Like, I mean, we're rendering this way too high fidelity for what it is, so I should probably reel that in, because this is being silly. Okay, so we're going to do a layer, clip to that. What happens if we just do light on that? That's kind of nice. What about... it'll be online. You can watch it as a VOD. I'm not like interacting with chat at this point so much anyways, so feel free to just, you know, catch it later on the YouTubes. But thank you again for hanging out. Yeah, I mean the time difference is really difficult, right? Because like I streamed for so long, it would be very, very challenging for me to kind of be like, all right, let's do like a multi-hour art stream at like, you know, 6 a.m. for me. That would be kind of like, I feel like I struggle well enough for some of these, so I don't think we need to add that much of a challenge to it. But I appreciate anyone who's, you know, trying to hang in there at like crazy hours just to witness the art live. Please, you know, don't damage your sleep on my behalf. This will be recorded for the YouTube, so just catch it there. Catch your Z's and mice and all that, as it should be. But yeah. All right, awesome. Have a good sleep. So I'm thinking, add some fun little details where yeah, I think I gotta drop the skyline a bit too. Just the way it's lining up with stuff. It's kind of not good here, not good there. There's some tangents to destroy. What I'm thinking like is this here, do a nice little stitching right there. Just kind of nice. Best interests don't sleep. You might be right. Sleeping in kind of smaller increments so you can wake up to sound the horn. Please get good sleep, it's important. He says as he also does not get good sleep. As I said, I can dish out the info, but actually listening to my own advice, I'm terrible. Okay, so that's kind of a bit of a pretty detail, but I'm going to pull that in just a little bit. I just don't want it to get too close to the text. Makes me want to kind of replicate it over here, but obviously with it being so shredded,
Actually, I'm emulating what's over here. This actually kind of is closer to that mark right there. I like how offset I could make this to like help show how tattered and ripped and waving in the wind that is. So that works. I'll repeat that pattern just a little bit to kind of help indicate that even more. Nice. Yeah, that was kind of like the goal, is to kind of capture that, you know, I guess that kind of tapestry quality, because that kind of references some conquest and all that jazz, I guess. I don't know. For better or for worse, I suppose. Okay, so here, just gonna mess with the colors a bit. Kind of give it this metallic thread. Cool. All right. All right. So what we probably want to do is make this stone work here. So let's do this. However, I like the idea of it kind of picking up a bit of the color from the banner. Get a little bit of deeper shadow in a couple of places. Oh, awesome. Yeah. I wasn't sure what I wanted to do, but like that coming across that way totally works. So that's great. I'm glad. So yeah. Not sure how much of the red I want to put in. That does feel okay. I think I'm going to get some of the deeper shadows as well, because this is closer to us than the one back here. So there's going to be a little bit less of that kind of atmosphere obscuring those shadows. So I feel a little more comfortable kind of getting those darks. And it's not even as dark as that one, because we're not getting quite as deep a crevasse. So here where there is this kind of cast shadow, thinking that doesn't quite work. Do want it to definitely like actually have this shadow cast on it. And I like the idea of the shadow picking up some of this kind of color from the banner. And I think I just need a little bit more of this kind of bounce light affecting things. Not quite capturing how I want it to work, but it's not terrible. I think if I get some of the sand kind of overtaking it here, maybe that's good. Although this would be freshly planted, so maybe that doesn't make the most sense, but it's fine. Kick the sand around. Ooh, top of the post should be a flame shard. Yeah, you might be right about that. You might be right about that one. So I'm like, we should probably put flame shards somewhere here. Would be good, wouldn't it? Alright, so let's see, what would be the thing about the flame shard in this scenario is I think it would be just blasted with light. In which case it would kind of like probably have a little bit of like effect on everything around it. And get like crazy So something like this, and then on top of this would be like the specular light source. And then I think I want to get like a little more of the red just somewhere. That's a bit much. Yeah, then the top of the post be awash with this orange light. Yeah. Okay, and then just the like edge of the top of the banner, I think. Get this kind of like orange. Not necessary, but I just kind of wanted to have it influencing it somehow. So I expect there's going to be some kind of flame shard cost to this, maybe. So nice to actually show a flame shard. Yes. Cool. All right. What next? Let's see. Still so much we could do. I feel like with a nice kind of rich tapestry, you get some good darks and lights. I'm going to bring a little bit more darks to this here. Maybe the light that I threw back there was a bit much. Okay, I'll go with that. It does look like frayed and damaged tapestry, but still pretty nice quality, even though it got a bit shredded up. So that's fine. Okay, so rocks over here. I'm going to create a little bit more of a gradient. Ooh, let's do that. We do this. And then as well, the dunes, I think I want to kind of like give a similar so those fall away together. I think actually with this, let's just let that be in the light as much as it wants to be. Okay. Still going to need to kind of like surround everything with a bit of a border, and I'm a little worried with all the details kind of like being so fine along the edge that throwing bricks suddenly on top of this is going to make it all weird. Not work as well. Alright, so here I'm actually gonna, because I like this kind of like swoosh direction and flow of things. So I'm going to just kind of try to make this back hill fit that just a little better. However, I don't want to erase down here because then I'd create a tangent with that spear. So I'm actually going to extend it up just a little bit. So we have this rock, and remembering that it has its own little cast shadow because it's got that light there. So just enough to show. Yeah, right. So that spear really has too much contrast, which is fine. It's just kind of like the dark wood need not be so dark. so much for me doing meetings today. It's fine now. Do I want this to be just one slope like that? I feel like that's a little easier to figure out at least. Like maybe this. Just kind of segmenting them here. So you kind of don't know exactly where one ends and the other begins. I don't like how perfectly these are lining up now, though. I don't know if that does enough for me. Well, I'm not quite sure what I was going for, and I didn't hit it. So. There you go. That actually, right there. Did something for visual interest. Of course, thinking more and more like, I don't know if these bricks are going to work there. So I am definitely utilizing the area that those would show up. And yeah, I like this. Such little tiny changes can kind of have a surprising effect. 420. I do need to like create more time lapses. Unfortunately, journal themes don't work so well in Clip Studio because the way that they're output, they get sliced up, and kind of I can use Photoshop to automatically do a lot of that. However, thanks to it being on YouTube, you should be able to kind of like play back. Unfortunately, you can't do like 16 times speed or more, which would be probably ideal, considering how long I stream for. But can at least replay parts that you missed. So, yeah, normally for like an illustration, like especially an environment, I feel like Clip Studio is the ideal for the way that I work. But yeah, because of what it is, I need it to kind of like perfectly slice, the top portion and the middle and the bottom, so that when I export it, it's consistent with the rest of the game. Now that said, I probably could have rendered this in Clip Studio and then just loaded it into a Photoshop file with all the slicing information. And I kind of wish I did from the start, because then I would have had a painting time lapse, but I still need to like edit them and put them up. But at least when I do end the stream, I like to replay the time lapse. So if I'm working in Clip Studio and I think to record the time lapse, then at least for those videos, you could skip to the last 5 minutes of the like 8-hour video or whatever, and like be like, ah, there it is. Are there any brushes that you like better in Clip Studio? Do you use any Kyle brushes in Photoshop? I do use a number of Kyle brushes in Photoshop. Not a ton, actually, but I've actually managed to not find too many that really change how I work. Most of the brush I use is actually soft round, the like most basic brush, but I've kind of modified it to kind of have like layer properties. But for the most part, yeah, just soft round. It's terrible, I know. It shouldn't. One of my favorite custom brushes is Sam Nielsen's smudge brush. It's just an incredible smudge brush. Works wonders. However, when it comes to Clip Studio, now you can import Photoshop brushes into it. They don't translate one-to-one though, so like the smudge brush does not work the same. So you have to kind of like fiddle around with them. But I've basically managed to kind of get similar effects. I think there's a couple of Kyle brushes, like maybe the triangles one. Yeah, I'm not sure what ones are Kyle brushes anyways. Foliage stuff is kind of crazy, but I don't have too many opportunities to use those. Clouds, the gear stuff, I don't think that was, yeah, those were something else, but yeah, I know that those brushes are incredible. I'm just someone who sticks to the most basic tools because I make them work for me, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a great reason for not figuring out how to use better tools, I guess you could say. Alright, so did I like brightening that up? No. Maybe I just smudge this edge. Alright. Oh, no. A lot of artists use the soft round. It's just, I think it kind of limits me because I have to try and hide the brushes, like the brush strokes, which is why I like the smudge brush so much because it will instantly obliterate those details. But if I kind of like experimented more, I would probably find brushes that create more interesting happy accidents, as it were. So right here, this shadow I really want to be a little darker, but like way more red. Like as that's kind of like approaching, the shadow is definitely getting stronger, but also it's picking up the actual color of the banner, reflecting onto it, essentially. A little bit of that going on here. Probably not quite as much. Okay. Just use a color brush. Just kind of wanting to drop a bit more color from those shadows, even though I still want that like saturated bright edge, basically. Definitely has some of that overexposed kind of quality to it. Although for that I should probably go like pure white, to be honest. I don't want this to be like too repetitive there. So feels a little better there. Yeah, I think if I start like really going for this overexposure, I need to kind of like really think about the whole thing and get that to work. So maybe avoiding it is better. Just a hint of it here and there is not terrible. It's just kind of like a little bit overwhelming in some spots. I like that. Now this, I actually want to wrap around here. I don't know. Like, compositionally, I want this. And again, if I do the brick stuff, it's just gonna cover this anyway, so it might just be moot. Maybe it's kind of curving in and that edge softens. Okay. So I feel like my brain is kind of stepping into guck at this point. There's still so much that I want to tweak with this. Like the banner just feels like it's not in the same environment. So I'm wondering how I want to deal with that. It's not terrible. I think it still conveys totally what the experience should be. So I don't need to like go crazy changing it. It's honestly, I've spent so much time on this little thing that like it probably shouldn't have this much time spent on it. But you know what? What is done is done. But the bottom panel, like I wanna spend just as much effort on it, and it's kind of like I hope it's worth it. Although right now we're like between kind of like releases, so you know, we only just kind of like slotted up all the Halloween assets that we need. So there wasn't too much for me to be working on regardless, so it's okay that I've spent a little bit of time on this. Plus, you know, I feel like a lot of players are really going to appreciate this and be like, we need more ultra high detailed journal themes that you can never actually experience this level of detail because but yeah, I think that's gonna do it for me. My brain is like shutting down from just kind of streaming at the same time as kind of like fiddling with all the minute details. So who knows, maybe another stream will actually finish this off, or I'll just kind of like, you know, keep at it. I think all the design is really here. It's just kind of like blending things how I want them. Maybe the way the post works for the journal is just, or yeah, for the banner is just not quite right. Ooh, if I like put it down here and look at it, it actually kind of makes it look like I'm looking at it in reference to where it is on the screen. So, oh, Charlie, Paprika, don't step on keyboards, please. Just stomping across the keyboard as cats do. I better save it. Yeah, my brain is like mush now. Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to keep working on this. So I'm excited about it. I'm just kind of like, I spent so long on this already. Longer than I probably should. But hey, we'll just have to make it insanely expensive to make it worth it, right? That's how it works. Yeah. It should be a fun and like, you know, worthy goal because it's a cool journal theme. So no idea what it's going to cost or when it will go in. So don't go kind of like being like, I gotta go get flame shards. No idea. So, but I mean, if you got nothing else to do, I guess that could be a good for getting this in the future. I don't know. Comes out, only costs 100 flame shards. Cries. Alright, so I'm gonna head I'm gonna head out and have a weekend. Oh, let my brain kind of spool out. Hope you all are enjoying the Sky Palace if you managed to get there. Hope you're kind of like able to soon. If not, hey, what happened to all the swords at the bottom? Where did the swords go? I had swords. Swords, where did you go? Oh, they were in the sketch layer. How fascinating. Fascinating. Alright. Well, in that case, I'm gonna just do this so I don't forget. Because I'm probably gonna paint over a lot of it anyways. Let's do this. Let's paste and move down and sketch. Y'all. Seems fine. Yeah, I'll just merge that down. Cool. Okay. Sword is back. I missed that sword. Thank you, Jay. And thank you, Mightst, all cracking fighty. Cracking. Every time I read your name, it comes across differently. My brain can't process things now, so not even going to try. All right. Fighty. All right, kind of interacting and discussing theories about the potential of one hunting strategy over another. Really, really fun to witness, kind of like that kind of community coming together to try and solve what's optimal, and kind of like we put a lot of work into trying to make that interesting. So it's nice to see a lot of discussion around it. So I feel like that was pretty successful. Yeah, hope you have a good, fun, safe weekend, and I shall see you probably in 2 weeks. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and until then, happy hunting. I'll see you next time. Bye.